Good morning. Things got very quiet. I promise I am not that formal. So I'll talk about that in a minute, but welcome to the National Transportation Safety Board. I'm Jennifer Homendy, and I am honored to serve as chair of the NTSB. With me today are several of my colleagues in the Office of Aviation Safety. To my right is Tim LeBaron, the director of our Office of Aviation Safety. He'll be switching in and out with Bryce Banning, who serves as a senior aviation accident investigator in our Air Carrier and Space Investigations Division. To my left is Betty Koshing, a transportation safety specialist with the NTSB and a former air traffic controller. We also have on the panel Warren Abrams, somewhere here, yep. One of our aviation accident investigators who is focused on operational factors, Jason Fedek, who is somewhere here, I thought. Okay, oh, now it's Emily. Okay, so we will just wing it there. And Sean Williams, a senior aviation accident investigator out of our central region. Many others within the NTSB contributed to this event, and I want to thank them for their hard work and dedication. I am positive that today will be a success as we focus on a path forward together. Now, if you're new to the NTSB or watching this event later on our YouTube channel, here's what we do. We're a small but mighty agency of 415 people and growing. USA Jobs is the place to go for our open vacancies, but we have highly skilled professionals that are dedicated to transportation safety. We investigate accidents in all modes of transportation, and at the completion of those accident investigations, we issue safety recommendations that are aimed at preventing that tragedy from reoccurring. Our mission, though, goes beyond just investigating when something goes wrong. To make our skies safer, the NTSB must be proactive. That's why we're here today and why I'm excited to see all of you today. Since 2017, the number of runway incursions has fluctuated from a high of 2,416 to a low of 1,144 in 2020, a year that saw historic lows in demand for passenger air travel. But they've ticked up since, over 1,600 in 2021, and in 2022, I expect that we'll have some updated numbers today from FAA, and I look forward to their presentation. Now, the most dangerous incursions, the closest calls, are on the rise. We pulled figures yesterday from the FAA, which showed that Category A and B events, those are the incidents with a significant potential for collision or in which a collision was narrowly avoided, that those are on the rise, although I understand, and again, we pulled those yesterday, I understand that today the FAA will show a decrease, and so I'll likely want to ask a question on why our data, when our professionals pulled data yesterday, is different than it is today. This year alone, there have been a total of 365 runway incursions, 6 of which the NTSB is investigating. One of these 6 is a Category A event that occurred in Austin this past February. How close was this close call? Within 115 feet, with 131 souls on board the 2 aircraft. As stated in our preliminary report, 2 crew members were on the flight deck of the FedEx plane, 2 crew members who I believe prevented a disaster from occurring in Austin that day. At an altitude of about 150 feet, and this is all in our preliminary report, the first officer called a go-around when he saw the silhouette of a Southwest plane in low visibility conditions, and soon after called on the Southwest crew to abort their takeoff. Those 2 crew members are heroes in my book. In fact, I'm reaching out to see them in person sometime this summer. We're also investigating 2 wrong runway landings that happened last June. One was a cargo plane in Tulsa with 2 crew members on board. The other was a passenger flight in Pittsburgh where 174 people were at risk. While we won't be discussing our open investigations today, these events should serve as a wake-up call. The sobering truth is that it only takes one. Any of these events could have had devastating consequences, could have led to tragedy, to more bereaved families. The NTSB has a number of open safety recommendations focused on preventing runway incursions. One of those is 23 years old. It superseded a recommendation issued 10 years before that, and that superseded another recommendation. That recommendation is to FAA, which requires at all airports with scheduled passenger service a ground movement safety system that will prevent runway incursions. It is open acceptable as the FAA has made progress. We also have recommendations for technology to alert pilots when an airplane isn't aligned with a runway surface, upgrading and installing surveillance detection systems at additional airports, and conducting human factors research to determine how to make a closed runway more conspicuous to pilots. Now, this is not the first time we've convened an event on runway incursions. The last time we did so was in 2017. But we're not here to repeat the past. Today, we're focusing on a path forward together. Oh, Dewan, I'm sorry I didn't introduce you. Dewan Civilian, who is also with the NTSB. See, I should have come down here earlier. I did not mean to ignore some of our colleagues. I am pleased today that we have more voices on the table, at the table compared to 2017. More voices make us safer. No one person or group can have all the answers. Many of these new voices are from labor. We can't expect to make our skies safer without the input of frontline workers. One union president recently told me his members who drive on airport surfaces are desperate for better training. Training is certainly an issue across the entire industry. So is staffing. Low staffing levels can have a significant impact on safety. I believe the FAA is looking to hire about 3,000 air traffic controllers in the coming years. Funding is an issue. I don't work for the FAA, but I will advocate for more funding for the FAA. Of course, everybody in the NTSB right now is saying, we need it too, don't worry, I'm doing that too. But if we want to upgrade existing technologies to prevent runway incursions, implement new technologies, invest in projects to reconfigure or construct new taxiways, install new lighting, modernize systems so that we are better able to use data in decision-making, and build upon an already highly skilled workforce, that takes resources. That's an investment in safety and in service, an investment I believe the traveling public wants and expects of our federal government. Now, anyone who knows me knows that I'm relentless when it comes to safety, and I can't apologize to that because we see people on the worst days of their lives. But here's the thing, so is everyone else at this table. Everyone else at this table is committed to safety. Frankly, in this audience as well. All of us are partners in safety. The only reason you all aren't up here is because I didn't have room, and we might never get through the agenda. But not a single one of us up here ever wants to see a tragedy. No one. We all may have different views on the path forward and how to prevent tragedy, but there's no doubt in my mind that we are all committed to safety, including FAA, us. FAA is our strong safety partners, and everybody in the industry, whether it's labor or research institutes with universities and industry management itself. So today is about getting down to brass tacks. I don't want to just talk for 4 hours. I want to dig into the areas where we clearly need action. I want to ask ourselves the tough questions on why we haven't made more progress, and most importantly, discuss and then commit to real solutions to preventing disaster. I want us not just to talk at each other, but to talk with each other to figure out how together we improve safety, and I want some real things to come out of this. I think we can do that together, because we need action and we need it now. We don't want to be on another scene of a tragedy. Neither does FAA, neither does any of you. So we have an opportunity to get past things like needing to be more vigilant and really talk about where we go in the future. This is a real challenging time in aviation. I don't have to tell any of you, we're coming out of the pandemic. We have folks that have retired, even NTSB faces that. We have 30% of our workforce is retirement eligible. We're filling vacancies just like FAA is. We want to attract people to great jobs. We have training that needs to be accomplished by the industry and the FAA, and we also have workers who need to make sure that they're adequately trained, that they're protected on the job, all while we have one of the most congested airspace in the world. You know, we've got drones, we've got AAM, we've got more commercial space launches and reentries. And so how we maintain our gold standard of safety, and we are the gold standard when it comes to aviation safety, thanks to everyone here at this table, amid all those challenges by preventing runway incursion, that is today's mandate. So I'm very excited. We have a great agenda to guide us. We have an excellent, I can predict, presentation by our safety partners at the FAA on the scope of runway incursions. Then we'll go into procedures and training, and discussion on procedures and training. We'll have a short break. I had hoped to have donuts and coffee. I did not get up that early. I did, but I ran. I did have 4 shots of espresso, so it is going to be an interesting morning. 10:30 to 11:45, we're going to talk about emerging technologies, and we'll go into other challenges and next steps. I think at the end of this, I'd like to, maybe send what came out of this to the secretary, the acting FAA administrator, and maybe to the House and Senate, so they're aware of some things we did together in our discussions. I think it's a good path forward, and I really appreciate all of you being here. And for FAA, for others, don't think I'm leaving you out, but for FAA and for NTSB, I do have pizza up in my office that I personally bought. So let me clarify that. So please come up and share some time together so we can get to know each other a little bit more. With that, I'm going to turn things over to Tim for a few brief announcements.
Well, thank you, Chair. So just for your awareness.
You guys can call me Jennifer. It's fine. Don't call me Chair.
So for your awareness, this is not live streamed, but we are going to record it, and it'll go on YouTube eventually. So if you haven't taken the time to turn off your cell phone or your ringer, please do that now. We don't want that ringing in the middle of things and distracting. So as far as safety is concerned, if there is any emergency where we need to exit, and I will tell you they're supposed to do a fire alarm test today. We've been told that it's not going to go off in here, but I don't trust them. So if the alarm goes off or for any reason you need to exit, over to my left you'll see an exit sign. You can exit out that way. That's going to be your closest exit. There's also one over here to the right. You can exit and follow the signs as you go down. There's actually some stairs, and you go out the door and just follow the illuminated signs. And then the way you came in here in the back, that's another exit. If you go up the stairs and out the glass doors, you're actually outside, and they want you to turn left and go all the way down at the end. And the thing is, don't turn around and come back in here until someone comes and tells you it's safe to come back in the building. All right, so let's see what else we have. They say to walk quickly outside, and like I said, don't return to the board meeting. And then if you have any questions about that, please feel free to talk to me or any of the NTSB staff, and we'll help you out. So, Chair, that's all I had.
Thank you. We're going to invite everyone to make some brief introductions. If you can state your name and your affiliation. Also, I'm so sorry, Nathan, that I didn't see you down there from our safety recommendations. I must have had the old, structure. Sorry about that. Also, I am, just so you're aware, when we do get to questions, I am not that formal. If you have something that you want to interject with, you think we should go in a different direction, something's missing, you want to make a comment, raise your hand, interrupt, just start speaking, whatever you want to do. Don't worry about it. I just want the best discussion to come out of this. So don't hold back if you want to ask something, or if you, of your fellow colleagues, or you want to add something, please feel free to do so. Also, it will get hot with the lights. I plan on not wearing my jacket the whole time. You should feel free to take yours off as well. So with that, I'm going to start. I already introduced Betty, so we'll go to Bridget.
Hi, good morning, guys, and thank you for having me, Chair. I'm Bridget Singh-Ratanakul. There will not be a quiz on that, so you can refer to me as Bridget, and that's fine. My maiden name is G, so I went from G to Singh-Ratanakul, which is kind of funny. But I'm here representing NATCA. I'm our NATCA National Runway Safety Representative. I'm also a controller out of DFW, and I've held this position here for roughly 7 years. Thank you.
Good morning. Pat Fitzgerald from Saab. I'm responsible for the air traffic management business based in Syracuse, New York. Our company also was responsible for some of the systems we might talk about later today, so thank you for having me.
Good morning, Dave McCann with SERCO. We run contract towers out west from Colorado to Alaska.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair. My name is Greg Downs. I'm with NASA's Aviation Safety Reporting System, the voluntary reporting system for controllers, pilots, and various individuals in the aviation community.
Good morning, my name is John Collins. I'm with the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association, Air Safety Institute. I'm an active CFI, and I manage our flight instructor refresher courses and our outreach programs.
Good morning, Wayne Pennell. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at BWI and a former rotary wing and fixed wing pilot with the Army.
Good morning, everyone. Justin Barakowski. I manage regulatory affairs with the American Association of Airport Executives.
Good morning, Steve Jangelis with the Airline Pilots Association. I'm the Aviation Safety Vice Chair, and I'm also a Delta Airlines 767 line check pilot.
Good morning, Jason Ambrosi, 23-year Delta 76 captain, current qualified, took over in January as president of the Airline Pilots Association.
My name is Casey Murray. I'm president of the Southwest Airlines Pilots Association, represent 11,000 of the most productive, safest pilots in the world.
Morning, Russ Dittmer, Transport Workers Union of America, Local 591. I represent the line aircraft mechanics at American Airlines for 34 years and a proud United States Army Reserve veteran.
Good morning, Carlos Aguirre. I'm with Professional Aviation Safety Specialists. We represent 11,000 FAA and DOD employees, aviation safety inspectors on the tech ops side, the support folks, the unsung heroes of the air traffic operations.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael McCormick. I'm Assistant Professor and Program Coordinator of Air Traffic Management at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. 33 years experience in air traffic control. But the thing I'm most happy about today is if you look on my name tag, it has 3 letters at the end. I got that last week. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Steve Sergi from the MITRE Corporation Center for Advanced Aviation System Development. We're the FAA's federally funded research and development center. So we enjoy partnering with the FAA as strategic advisors, integration partners, and the lot. I'm the outcome leader for our safety and training program.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Emily Gibson, not Jason Fedak. I'm a senior survival factors investigator with the NTSB.
Great, thank you very much. We're going to turn to Scott Proudfoot for a presentation on the scope of runway incursions from the FAA. Thank you very much, Scott. Oh, what? Oh, we didn't even do this side? See, I am so sorry. This is where my 4 shots of espresso really should have kicked in. We're going to start with Sean.
Thank you. Sean Williams with the National Transportation Safety Board. Brian Willis, Director of Aviation Safety for the University of North Dakota Flight Program, where we're training about 1,500 student pilots every year with 270 flight instructors and over 110,000 flight hours.
Good morning. It's an honor to be here. My name is Chaminda Prelis. I'm the chair for the Department of Aerospace at MTSU and also the president for the University Aviation Association. At MTSU, too, we have about 900 pilots that we're basically training every year with over 100 flight instructors.
Good morning. I'm Kim Pyle, the Executive Director of Accident Investigation and Prevention at the Federal Aviation Administration. Happy to partner with the NTSB. And we're in charge of the safety management system for the agency, the SIAS database that MITRE supports, our outreach through CAST, and our accident investigation in partnership with the NTSB. So thank you for having us.
Good morning. My name is Nobuyo Reins. I am Senior Vice President for Safety and Regulatory Affairs at the Regional Airline Association, representing regional airlines.
Ed Sicher, President of Allied Pilots Association, representing 15,000 pilots in American Airlines, largest independent pilot union in the world. Happy to be here with our fellow pilots across there that live this every day, and I appreciate the invite. Thank you.
Good morning, Michael Clem, here on behalf of the International Association of Machinists. We represent about 70,000 airline workers, and thank you for the invitation. Glad to be here.
Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. I'm John Dermody. I'm the Director of the Office of Airport Safety and Standards and Office of Airports for FAA.
Good morning. Alex Gertson, Director of Airports and Ground Infrastructure at the National Business Aviation Association, NBAA, who represent 11,000 member companies that use aircraft as part of their business, of those who are involved in supporting business aviation. I also have the privilege to serve as the industry co-chair for the Surface Safety Group, working together with Scott and Bridget and a number of others in this room, and have the opportunity as a commercial pilot to fly charter and have that exposure doing occasional organ and medevac flights. I'm happy to be here and contribute today. Thank you for the invite.
Good morning, Jason Demagowski, Federal Aviation Administration. I'm the Human Performance Team Lead. We cover human performance for air traffic controllers, our tech ops colleagues, and look at safety culture and human performance across the system. And thank you for the invitation.
Good morning. My name is Dewan Civilian. I am a Senior Human Performance Investigator at the NTSB's Office of Aviation Safety.
And my name is Nathan Hoyt. I'm with NTSB Safety Recommendations Division.
And good morning, Max Tidwell, Vice President of Safety with Alaska Airlines, and today I have the privilege of representing A4A as their Vice Chair on their Safety Committee. Thanks for having us.
Good morning, I'm Brad Miller from Honeywell International. I'm Senior Chief Engineer, and I represent the responsible for all the safety and surveillance products, avionics. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Scott Proudfoot. I'm the team manager at headquarters with the FAA's Office of Runway Safety. Thank you for having us.
Bryce Banning with the NTSB.
Now that I've introduced Scott 3 times, once again, Scott, take it away.
All right. Well, first I want to say thank you for having us today for this important discussion. Really appreciate being with this group of safety professionals here at this table and this audience, and just welcome everybody here. So we'll start out. We're going to go through this slide presentation. It's going to be about 20 minutes. I hope I don't delay your agenda too much. We're going to talk about runway incursions, technology that's in existence at this time, and then future technology, and then what the Office of Runway Safety is currently doing to mitigate the risk in runway incursions. So while he's getting the slide going, let's talk about what a runway incursion is. A runway incursion is an incorrect presence of an aircraft, a vehicle, or a person, and the use of runway incursion is a 2014 Federal Aviation Administration Regulation. It's 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 a 2014 Federal Aviation Administration inside of the protected area of a runway, a movement area, that's a runway or a runway safety area. So any portion of an aircraft, vehicle, or pedestrian that is across that hold line, we consider a runway incursion. Next slide.
My husband's a software engineer. He'd be very excited that I just figured that out. Is anyone taping this?
So when a runway incursion occurs, we have a team that gets together that identifies a category and assigns this category to a runway incursion. Categories are defined A through D. A category A and a category B are your most significant runway incursions. A category A is where a serious incident in which a collision was narrowly avoided. A category B is where separation decreases and there's significant potential for collision, which may result in a time-critical corrective evasive response to avoid that collision. Category C is an incident characterized by ample time or distance to avoid the collision. And a category D, it meets the definition of a runway incursion, but it usually poses little to no risk, usually involves one entity, either aircraft, vehicle, or pedestrian, and no other entities involved. A couple things I want to touch on before I go into the outreach. Currently, in our database, the FAA's Category A and B events, as I said, they pose the most risk. Category C and D events pose the least. And at this time, the number of Category A and B events are slightly higher at this time of year than they were last year. The overall number of runway incursions are trending lower, though, as we see. So when you take all of the Category A through D runway incursions, we're seeing a lower rate at this time this year than last year. However, as I said, the Category A's and B's, the most significant, are higher this year than last year. And just to give you some numbers, in FY21, the runway incursion rate per 1 million operations was 33. In 22, that rate was down to 32. And in 23, currently, the rate is at 29. So some outreach activities that the Runway Safety Office has. We have many products that go to pilot outreach, vehicle driver outreach. I want to focus on some pilot items right now. We have a video series called From the Flight Deck. From the Flight Deck is a YouTube video series. Currently, we have 118 specific airport and single topic safety videos on YouTube. These can be found on our runway safety website with a link to the YouTube site, or you can go directly to YouTube and search FAA's From the Flight Deck. These videos help pilots in determining and identifying the risks associated at certain airports. We identify the airports to take videos and establish these on YouTube based on the data that we receive. Of the 118 videos, we have 104 airport-specific videos. If a pilot is flying into a certain airport one day and they want to educate themselves prior to getting to that airport on hotspots or traps that they may encounter, they can watch one of these videos if it's available, and they can be forewarned prior to making that flight. In conjunction and association with the videos, we have pilot handbooks. Pilot handbooks are a supplement to the video. They can be printed out prior to flight, or they can be accessed depending on the technology you have in the cockpit. If you have an iPad or an iPhone, you can download these. And these are handbooks that gives pilots information on what the tower controller really wants you to know before operating at their airport. We have 31 of these pilot handbooks in circulation at this time. We plan to have one associated with each video, and then we plan to keep going with the pilot handbooks until all tower-controlled airports have a video, and the associated risk that's associated with that airport can be known to pilots before they travel. We're currently working with some other vendors to get these handbooks on their platforms. We've come to find that pilots don't always use the internet to pre-flight, and they're going through other avenues to do their pre-flights, and we're hoping to partner with some of these platforms where we can get these pilot handbooks more visible to these pilots. Our three most recent videos are at Charles M. Schultz, Sonoma County Airport, Teterboro Airport, and Aurora, Chicago, Illinois Airport. Along with the other 28, they can also be found on our runway safety website. In 2022 of May of 2022, 12 tower-controlled airport locations were identified for arrival alert notices. These arrival alert notice supplements to the chart contain information where we see risks of possible wrong surface landings. Based on our data, these 12 airports were identified, and a chart supplement was created, and as you can see in the picture, it gives a visual diagram to the pilot of what they should look for when landing on a runway at one of these 12 airports, and the confusion associated that has led pilots to land on an incorrect surface, whether it be the runway or the taxiway. We have seen success in this product. It was under a test phase, which ended just on Friday. We are in current discussions to make this expanded to a permanent program, and discussions are ongoing regarding that. Our vision is to keep the current 12 and add an additional 30 airports initially, based on the data we receive for wrong surface events. We also have a pilot simulator on our runway safety website that will assist pilots in learning from other incidents. We create the videos based on past incidents, they're de-identified, and then they're placed on our website where pilots can come and learn from past mistakes of other pilots. We also have scenarios on there where pilots can make choices based on taxi clearances that they receive. Which way do I turn on the airport? Do I hold short of this runway or that runway? So in the next few slides, we're going to review the technology that is currently in place and being maintained to help prevent or reduce risk in surface events. The first thing is runway guard lights. Runway guard lights are either above ground or embedded lights located at certain hold short lines to a runway. Not all airports or locations on airports have runway guard lights installed because they are currently not mandated. The purpose of the runway guard light is to enhance pilots' situational awareness and vehicle driver situational awareness when they approach a runway. We recently put out a survey. We received 707 responses, and we received positive results on runway guard lights, helping drivers and pilots recognize when they approach a runway. 80% were pilot responses, 20% were vehicle drivers. In the end, 93% stated that runway guard lights have helped them from incurring on a runway. A picture of the runway guard light system on the left, you have the elevated runway guard lights, and on the right, you have the embedded runway guard lights. They are flashing sequence lights, yellow in color, which warn pilots when they approach a runway. They're very visible in low IMC conditions. Our surface surveillance technology, 44 airports in the National Airspace System have surface surveillance. 43 of the 44 airports have either airport surface detection equipment, which is ASDX, or airport surface surveillance capability, ASSC. One airport, which is Joint Base Andrews, right here in Washington, currently has the previous technology, which was ASD3 AMAS, and will be upgraded to ASSC by the end of this year. At the time this program was implemented, the 35 ASDX airports were selected based on runway incursion data, local weather conditions, number of operations, efficiency of operations, and complexity. After ASDX was deployed to the 35 airports, there were still 9 airports left with the old ASD3 AMAS, which includes Andrews. These 9 airports were upgraded to ASSC between the years 2016 and 2023, with the last one being Andrews at the end of this year. As the X and ASSC predict possible collisions between aircraft and enhances air traffic situational awareness, these systems do not prevent runway incursions, but they do reduce the risk involved in a runway incursion. The system will provide an oral and visual alert to the air traffic controller when it predicts that 2 aircraft are moving towards each other and in close proximity of a potential collision. The controller will receive the alert and immediately take action to mitigate the situation. Runway status lights. 20 of the busiest airports in the country that have surface surveillance have runway status lights. You have to have surface surveillance to have runway status lights. The 2 systems work together. At this time that this program was implemented in 2013, airports with runway status lights were chosen based on historical runway conditions, runway incursions, local weather conditions, and the number of runway operations with complexity. The runway status light system uses airport surface surveillance to determine vehicle and aircraft locations. It consists of takeoff hold lights and runway entrance lights. The system uses algorithms to process aircraft and vehicle current and future location and activates lights to notify other pilots or vehicle drivers of an occupied runway. Takeoff hold lights are installed at the approach ends of certain runways. When an aircraft's in lineup and wait status, if they see red lights, they are advised to not depart and question the controller. Other lights are installed at the runway entrances to certain taxiways at runways. These are runway entrance lights. Again, when a vehicle is holding short or an aircraft is holding short at these intersections and see red lights, they should not move and question the controller. The system is not a replacement for an air traffic control clearance. If a controller gives a clearance to cross a runway and there are red lights, the operator should sit still. When the red lights go off, that does not give the clearance for the vehicle driver or the pilot to cross the runway. They still require the clearance from the controller. As the X, Airport Surface Detection Equipment, Model X, Taxiway Arrival Prediction, ATAP for short. ATAP is installed at all 43 of our surface surveillance airports and soon to be 44 once Andrews comes online. It is the system that predicts when aircraft will attempt to land on a taxiway. What was done is taxiway arrival regions were created to determine aircraft flight trajectory towards the taxiway. When the aircraft is either within 3,000 feet or 20 seconds from the taxiway threshold, and the system predicts an aircraft will land or is lined up on a taxiway, the system will alarm, prompting the controller to send the aircraft around. It is site adaptable, so all 43 sites, not every airport's the same. Aircraft may do circling approaches to certain runways and appear to line up for a taxiway for a moment or two. We can adapt those sites to recognize those problems to minimize the false alerts that the controllers may receive. One success story about ATAP before I go. We had, so far, since the system was installed in 2018, we've had 70 events where ATAP has alerted and saved a situation where an aircraft has potentially landed on a taxiway. One recent event, the aircraft was breaking out of the clouds after executing an RNAV Zulu approach with an offset final approach course. They broke out of the clouds at 800 feet, and their current trajectory was taking them towards a taxiway. The pilot did not turn towards the runway and continued towards the taxiway. At the time, 3 air carrier aircraft were lined up on the parallel taxiway awaiting to depart. The system alerted, and the controller sent the aircraft around. We received one statement on the frequency from a pilot that commended the controller for their actions. Stay here. I want to show you an example of ATAP in action. We had an event in Los Angeles. It was a single aircraft involved, no risk at all in this event. Weather, you can see, was 9 miles visibility with a scattered layer of 500 feet and broken at 800. A cargo aircraft was inbound on the RNAV runway 6 right approach, and as the aircraft broke out of the clouds, the pilot visually acquired the airport. They realized that they were aligned with taxiway echo and attempted to correct on short final. At the same time, the ATAP alerted, and the controller sent the aircraft around. The next slide. That's good. This is what the controller sees in the tower.
Warning, taxiway, echo, go around.
The controller receives that alert and tells the aircraft to go around. The next few slides are programs that are currently in development or testing in order to be deployed to airports and towers across the national airspace system in the future. These systems will assist in reducing the risk associated with a surface incident. The first one is Runway Incursion Prevention through Situational Awareness, or RIPSA for short. RIPSA uses RWSL technology, runway status light technology, on a scaled down level. It uses a smaller surface movement radar, works with ATSB and the airport surveillance radar. It operates runway entrance lights to certain intersections at a runway intersection. It does not have takeoff hold lights. There are no displays in the tower for the controller to use at this time. The system alerts pilots to unsafe runway conditions. Currently, it is in the construction phase, and it will be tested at one airport this year, starting this year, in San Antonio, Texas. They are planning on breaking ground with the system in October. The testing period is slated to begin in spring, April of 2024, and it will be tested until September of 2025. Since a different type of and size of surface movement radar will be used with RIPSA compared to the RWSL system, we will be looking at the performance of the surface movement radar, reviewing results as the test period is in process. A final report should be out by December 2025. After the final report comes out, it will be evaluated. Acquisition management system lifecycle will determine the future of the program. So because it's a test at San Antonio, the system will not remain in San Antonio. It will be removed from the airport, test results evaluated, and then future decisions will be made regarding the system. Again, the system works just as the runway status lights worked with runway entrance lights only. The runway entrance lights are located between hold lines and the runway center line. Again, it only indicates runway status. It's never a clearance to proceed when the lights go out. Red means stop. The runway is unsafe to enter or cross. If you have a clearance, contact the tower saying something like stopped with red lights. Again, when they turn off, it does not mean to follow a clearance or continue as previously cleared. You need to request clarification from the controller. Arrival runway verification, ARV. This system will provide visual and audible alerts to controllers when an arriving aircraft is not lined up for an appropriate runway. An associated data tag with the aircraft must be established in STARS. If there is no data tag on the controller's radar scope, this system will not work. The data tag must also include runway landing information. ARV will alert the controller to a wrong surface landing, including closed runways and wrong airports. The STARS adaptation that will allow ARV to work will be installed in July of 2023. A test facility will be Omaha, Nebraska. Lincoln, Nebraska has a history of wrong surface events, and the system will be turned on at Lincoln, Nebraska. Once the STARS adaptation is installed in July, a 30-day system functionality test will be observed to make sure the platform is stable. Once it is determined stable, ARV can be requested by the facility to be turned on. Once it is on, the functionality may take up to 60 to 90 days depending on the testing. Once that testing phase is complete, controllers will be able to use ARV to determine when aircraft are lined up for incorrect surfaces. It can be turned on and turned off by the controller. If controllers are receiving nuisance alerts or false alerts at the time, they can request for the system to be turned off, and they can turn it back on once the systems have been modified to mitigate those alerts. Just an example of how ARV works, the two parallel runways, 28 right and 28 left. You have the runway alert zone. Outside of that, they cover the normal taxiways, and you have the runway normal zone on the final approach course of those two runways. If the aircraft is tagged up properly with the runway landing information, but outside of that green area, the system will provide a visual alert to the controller, followed by an oral alert. Our last future technology, it's an older technology, but it's being reintroduced to the FAA, is runway incursion devices, or RIDs. They provide a visual and an oral reminder to controllers that a runway is not available for arriving or departing aircraft. Over the last 35 years, devices were purchased locally at the ATC facilities. Various configurations exist at over 70 airports. Some are difficult to maintain due to the parts not being available any longer. So the FAA initiated a program to replace these devices with a standard and supportable configuration. We're conducting market analysis and expect to deploy the selected product in the 25 to 28 timeframe. The controller, in this case, if runway 19 left is not available for landing or departing, they will push a button indicating a red light on the button that says runway 19 left. Once activated, the light will come on, showing that it's red, and it will flash until it's switched off. That's the visual memory aid. The programming also allows it to be programmed with push to talk on the controller's microphone. So when the controller keys the mic to clear an aircraft to land or depart from any surface, or just keys the mic at all, they will receive an oral alert also in their headset or in a speaker that will remind them to check the runway or something similar to that. That was my last slide for the presentation, and I just want to give some closing remarks. So in closing, the FAA's Office of Runway Safety is leading many initiatives that are either currently in place or being tested for future use to increase safety on the surface of our airports. Our runway safety order requires a runway safety action team meeting to be held annually at each tower-controlled facility throughout the National Airspace System. The RSAT meeting is an opportunity for all users of the local airport, which include airport operators, air traffic controllers, and pilots to come together and provide valuable input on ideas to increase surface safety. At the end of the meeting, action items are identified and a plan is produced for addressing those action items. Action items could include airport geography modifications, modifications to air traffic procedures, or pilot training enhancements. Our Surface Safety Group and Runway Safety Council, which Alex mentioned earlier, we meet on a quarterly basis. Many representatives at this table represent somebody on that SSG or RSC, and we appreciate the work that you're doing in those committees. We are constantly working together to implement mitigations in reducing the risk on the surface. Last year, we held 3 safety symposiums including meeting with commercial and business aircraft representatives, airport vehicle drivers, and general aviation pilots. These symposiums provided an avenue of communication between the FAA and these groups to better understand the issues that the other is experiencing in the field. These meetings produce near, mid, and long-term goals that each party will implement in order to increase surface safety. An example of a goal that was recently completed was a request from the General Aviation Summit on the availability of data that they can use to learn from past events. As a result, a link was added to our runway safety website for general aviation users, and all users actually, that pilots can use when looking for events that have occurred at their airport. They can do that research prior to their flight. They can look at the events that have occurred and look for those problem areas. Lastly, the FAA hosted a From the Flight Deck Live YouTube event in March of this year. This was the second annual event of this kind, focused on general aviation pilots who might have taken some time off over the winter to brush up on skills that they may not be as familiar with today. The event was recorded and is currently available for viewing on the YouTube platform. As of today, there have been over 3,000 views. Getting all of our stakeholders involved is a key element in reducing surface events, and that's why we're here today. As you can see from the items I just described, many stakeholders are committed in reducing risk in the national airspace system. One party cannot do this alone, and if we continue to work together as a team, we will continue to see an improvement in surface safety and a reduction of runway incursions. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott, and I think that was really well said. Thank you very much for your presentation. And I'm going to throw a couple of softball questions your way. You talked about near, midterm, and long-term solutions. Does the FAA have the resources it needs, whether it's staffing or funding, to accomplish all of that? This is where you say no. Go ahead. Whoever wants to answer that from FAA.
I'm
I'll
no
give that
longer
question
from
to
the
Bridget.
FAA, but I can tell you, as the program director for runway status lights and for ASDX, when it was implemented, the reason why they were ended at those numbers of airports is funding, and funding alone. Left to unlimited resource, they would definitely have been promulgated throughout the system. So yes, funding is an issue.
Always good to defer. And just to follow up on that, because you had mentioned you had done an analysis to determine at the very beginning where ASDX and runway status lights and other technologies should go, which airports should be the concentration. If you did that same analysis today, would it be a broader set of airports, a different set of airports?
For me, I would broaden it. I would do an audit of all Category 3 approaches in the country. And I would take a look at what is additional risk associated with arrivals and departures at those runways, because it's a different set of algorithms. When you have to hold short of an ILS critical area versus holding short of a runway to prevent a runway incursion, and that's a factor of what happened in Austin. So I would definitely audit the Category 3 airports now and categorize them in priority.
We're seeing traffic increases beyond 2019, and the trend is set to surpass traffic levels from last year for this year. So I would agree, another analysis could be done based on traffic increases at certain airports that weren't existent back in the years that the initial analysis was completed.
Thank you for that. And I didn't know if FAA wanted just a second to talk about your announcement yesterday with investment in some of the airport improvement program funds. I think it was, well,
Yeah.
you go ahead, 100 million or so, but go ahead, John.
Thank you, Chair Homendy. Yes, so the FAA, we did release a press release yesterday and really looked at some of the runway safety projects that we've been funding the last couple of years. And some of these are under our runway incursion mitigation program, which I'll talk about in a little bit. But some of them are just signage, marking, lighting, geometry, capital improvements that we've done that are all to reduce runway incursions and improve runway safety. So we've issued $100 million or over $100 million worth of funding in the last 2 years towards these projects. And so there's an FAA press release out, and some of the projects are listed there.
Thank you very much, and we will come right back to you. But first, I'm going to start with Captain Downs with a question on the aviation safety reporting system. Reports in 2022, have there been any related to possible runway incursions?
Yes, and the scope of our analysis includes all runway incursions. It's not limited. These numbers are not limited to just tower-controlled operations. So, yes, in 2022, we had a total of 1,957 runway incursions reported to the ASRS voluntary reporting system, which from last year was 1,833, went up to 1,957 in 2022.
And based on those reports, what are the primary issues of concern?
So we broke out the ones that were in the context of an operating control tower. They were exclusive of non-operating control tower ones, obviously. And we came up with about 10 categories, but I can give you the main hitters here. The first category, we came up with coordination issues between ATC positions, between ground and tower controllers. The second area seemed to be focused on controllers who induced an issue individually as opposed to a coordination issue. Just lost situational awareness in most of those cases. We had an area where pilots were not complying with an ATC clearance or a regulation. Some situational awareness or distractions after an action was cleared to conclusion, following that action to conclusion. ATC spacing or misjudging errors, or some training
Sorry,
associated.
Captain Downs?
Yeah.
Would you mind if you pulled this a little closer?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Okay. Yes, we had some situational awareness or distraction issues where after an action was cleared, it didn't follow through to completion as what the controller expected to have happened. Some ATC spacing or misjudging errors, training associated events, incidents with some negatives and some positives, some field condition incursions, and some technology distraction components.
And what sorts of research reports does ASRS develop, and do you disseminate those reports to the industry, and how is that done?
So yes, so the ASRS program, my director, Becky Huey, she reports by way of telecons. We have newsletters that come out, special studies. They do special studies, as you mentioned, from 2017 on runway incursions was the last one. They do government industry meetings such as the SIAS, FAA's InfoShare, General Aviation Issue Analysis Team, and Drone Safety Team reports. We do have a callback newsletter, and they also distribute alerts and FYIs to parties that may be able to action an item that we identify on our reports. They also have a very robust database for anyone who's interested. They can go to the website for NASA ASRS and inquire about certain areas of topics of interest they may want to explore. So it's a very, very robust database.
Thank you. We've actually talked about it in other modes of transportation as well as an example of something that should be implemented. And I will say that we've participated in InfoShare many times, and we've talked about that in other modes of transportation where we can get together and talk about things we're seeing in a really great format before we even come out with our investigative report, which I believe helps the industry, labor, and others improve safety. I am going to quickly, before I go back to John, just pose a question, and I don't know if some of the unions want to answer, or A4A, or both, or others. What challenges in your experience, contribute to the likelihood of runway incursions? And I know a lot of folks here in the audience have an aviation background, but for those that, I always think about those that are watching who do not. And this is important to sort of set the stage for the discussion today, so I think it would be great. Maybe we can start with you, Steve.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. You know, we put statistics up on the board about runway incursions, and I am a statistic. I was involved in a very serious runway incursion in 2001. I was in the cockpit of a 767 that landed over the top of a 737 in Fort Lauderdale at night in the rain. We never saw the jet. Sounds very familiar to Austin, doesn't it? Just about the same setup. The controller cleared us to land twice, and we landed. When I found out about it was when our legal department contacted me and said the FAA would like a statement. About what? Well, you landed over the top of an airplane today. We had 303 people on board that airplane. 64 were in the aircraft, were in the aircraft that was on the ground. So very close to Tenerife. By the grace of God, I'm here. That's what got me in to do safety work. That's what got me here involved with the Airline Pilots Association, making sure that that doesn't happen on our watch. That controller didn't come to work that day to make a mistake or have an error. That crew didn't go to work that day to be unsafe or have an error. But the real story is we have to have a system that has resilience. And that's why we're here. And I appreciate that you brought all these people together to do this, because ultimately it comes down to training, proper staffing, technology, and a good system throughput. And the system has to have resiliency. So just to put a human element on it, I was involved with that in 2001. So I appreciate and I applaud the work that the FAA did post that incident and what they're doing today with what Scott presented. I've been involved. I was a former chair of the Runway Safety Council. I've taken this as a personal issue for me, and I want to make sure that it never happens again. And we're starting to see it creep up again, and it's great that everyone is here to try to solve the problem. Thank you.
Anyone else want to add to that?
I'll add.
Yeah.
And yes, thank you for having everyone. And I think this is a huge step in proactive versus reactive. And moving forward, as my colleague said, and Mr. Proudfoot had mentioned several times, technology supports the movement of aircraft and promotes that safety. At the end of the day, as you said, Chair, in Austin, what saved those airplanes were two professional, experienced pilots. And again, technology needs to be there to support that. But really critically moving forward, what we've gotten away from and what we've seen through the years is less interaction of the two groups of main operators, which are the pilots and our colleagues at NATCA. The cockpit familiarization flights are way down. We have to integrate that into training and face-to-face so that there's an understanding of close-in runway changes and what that does for surface movement and how we brief that. And now we have a change in runway, and that's going to create delays as we as pilots brief where we have to move safely once we do get on the ground. It's the same thing with, ground control will assign a runway. And so, the best place to, brief and make sure that we're safe on the surface movement area is the briefing. And so in both of those instances, that is cut down. But I truly believe that getting, much more face-to-face with the end operators, the controllers and pilots, is going to do really the yeoman's work of moving forward with that safety.
Jennifer, if I can add something, I'm glad to see your foot's better, by the way. Last time we were out here, you had
Brad
crutches.
and I were twins with our rolling. I'm very excited. I did my first run and bike this
We're
weekend.
enthusiastic. We're going to take you up on your invitation to come and talk to us in person. Right now, we're trying to get through a bunch of other issues. If I can, I've been active duty military for 12 years, Guard and Reserve for 2, with American for 25. I consider myself well preserved from all the preservatives in the crew meals I've eaten over the last 30 years, and getting more towards the end than the beginning. I think we're looking for a silver bullet here, and there is no silver bullet, and I hope that everybody realizes that. I think that the technology is great, and it's a good tool to be used, but at the end of the day, we tend to keep digging down those same holes and trying to make them deeper instead of looking at the system holistically. I know John mentioned the investment the FAA is making in runway marking, signage, lighting. All that's great, and we need more of it. Our RWSL needs to be more ubiquitous. That's a finance problem. How about this? Every time it rains, I can't see the paint. I can't see the paint. Maybe it's my eyes. You can't see paint in the rain. Have we invested in that? The markings, great. What happens when the lights go out? And you know they go out. There's no consistency to the runway markings. Sometimes they're on the left, sometimes they're on the right. All these things. But right now, the situational awareness that Casey and Steve referred to is a dance between our controllers and our pilots. And I can't stress the importance of having, I guess, a moderate workload to the controllers. And from a pilot's point of view, sometimes the frequencies are so jammed, they've combined sectors. I had a day in Miami one time where the same controller worked clearance, ground, and tower at the same time. It's out of control. So that's a money issue and a training issue for ATC. And then back to Casey's point, you know, two well-rested, well-trained alert pilots in the cockpit trap errors from each other. And I can't stress that enough, how many times I've made a mistake. The older I get, it seems, the more mistakes I make. I love having a young alert FO watching me, and that's just something we can't substitute, but you have to do it in a workload where you know what the rules are, and the procedures and the rules trap errors to change them at the last minute and then have a lot of discussion occurring in the cockpit at a critical time is just a recipe for disaster. I've said enough. Thank you.
No, I think that was really well said. And, you know, the NTSB has long taken a comprehensive approach for runway incursions and every other safety issue that we look at. And we definitely believe that technology is a supplement. It's not, it's to provide some redundancy, but it is not the silver bullet, as you said.
Ma'am, if I could add to that.
Yeah. Dr.
I've had the
McCormick.
privilege of teaching air traffic control for pilots at Embry-Riddle. And I found it to be a very productive and rewarding program in that pilots get to see from the controller's perspective what actually happens, why that phraseology is there, why that procedure is there. But at the same time, it gives me the ability to focus on both the pilots and the controllers on common situational awareness, which is critical to preventing runway incursions. And that does not require technology. That requires enunciating correct phraseology, and that requires intelligent listening and willingness to question what's actually taking place. So that teamwork between a pilot and a controller is extraordinarily important. And I have to just reinforce the fact that technology does not fix that. Communication does.
So I want to hit on a couple of things that were talked about, and I'm glad all the pilots went first because it's nice to hear the other side of the mic too, right? But referencing flight deck training, I would love to get more controllers on a flight deck. I happened to start flying when I was 16. Not every controller has that option, right? Flight deck training can be cumbersome to be approved. The process itself can be hard for a controller to get approved. And then guess what? It's also based on, we've heard this word a couple of times, but staffing to get approved to go. But the more times that we put the controllers and the pilots in the same room where we can actively listen, right, and see what's going on both sides of the mic, it's really important. And that's where you learn, right? There's other pieces of this equation too. So air traffic control, just like pilots, it's mastery, it's an art. It takes time. As of the end of FY 2022, we are currently 1,200 less certified professional controllers than where we were a decade ago. Okay. The more eyes you get into the tower, the better off you are. The more you can decombine those positions because you have more bodies to do so. I will add that the FAA has they're increasing their hiring goal. Okay, from FY up for the next 3 years, basically, we're looking at hiring another 1,800 controllers. I mentioned that art. I learned the art while I'm on position, while I've been working that for time and time again, right? Because it's kind of repetitious and mechanical and learning and being a controller. And I'll talk about that at some point in time. But out of the 1,800 new hires, again, which is a positive development, only about 60% of those controllers will be fully certified in 3 years. The more eyes, the more decombined positions, the more opportunities for us to do the flight deck training. The more we get people together and communicate, the better off we are.
Thank you. We were talking about that before this roundtable started about staffing is safety. So I think those are some important points. Do some of the
Chair. Yeah, I'm glad the pilots got a chance to talk first and the controllers also get their perspective. But as looking at the slides and seeing that part of the solution is also training the ground operators, ground vehicle operators, and making sure that there is recurrent training with going to a stop, hold short area, and then getting clearance, and then white knuckling it through to make sure you're getting to an ILS that's down, to get to an RVR, making sure that equipment is operating. It's not something that we normally do every day as far as training. So that recurrent training, something that is simulator-based, where you don't have to actually be there out on the field. You have an opportunity for the ground vehicle drivers to go over, because in a lot of instances, staffing is a problem for us as well. We're down 15% technicians since 2016, and you're going to multiple airports now where you weren't always going to before. And it's a new environment, it's a new situation. You may take the test to get your license and be able to drive on that surface area, but it's not something that you're constantly doing over and over again. So that's where recurrent training is crucial. So investing in the training, investing in the manpower is something that I hope the FAA is able to get from the support from Congress.
And I'd like to add on to that. I represent the line aircraft mechanics at American Airlines. I don't recall seeing the line aircraft mechanics listed in 2017. I'm really excited to be here, frankly, as a voice for us insane human beings that most of us work midnights, turn wrenches all night, then have to clean up to get into the flight deck and move the airplane in the morning at probably the most insane period of time. I work at O'Hare, probably the insane asylum of all of the airports out there other than maybe Atlanta. Couple of things came up in this conversation I think are important. Number one, the pilots hit on all of the topics that we experience as well, whether it's case or ed. They absolutely knocked it out of the park. Gentleman to my left brought up vehicle drivers. One of the things I reviewed in all the documents, I thought it was kind of odd. As licensed aircraft mechanics, when we're taxiing or towing airplanes, if it's a disabled aircraft or if we're just taxiing, we're classified as a vehicle driver instead of actually a licensed aircraft movement personnel of some sort. I think it would be useful to kind of tear that grouping out of the vehicle driver category and say, is that aircraft mechanic, licensed aircraft mechanic, moving an aircraft as an aircraft mechanic, or are they driving a vehicle across a taxiway or a runway to go tow an airplane or whatnot? I think we might find some useful data in there to demonstrate either we need more help or maybe we're doing it pretty well. I don't know what that is, because looking at the data, I really couldn't find that nuance in there one way or the other. As to training, one of the things that my local is really passionate about right now is we have to get away from training to check a box. We have to get away from sitting in front of a computer, click, 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 now I'm going to get my lunch, click, 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 finish up. One of the most valuable ground movement training experiences I ever had was in Chicago. I will not name the air traffic controller's name, but suffice to say he has one of the coolest names out there in air traffic control. Joe Petroni would be proud. He took time out of his own schedule, unpaid, to come and explain to us a lot of the nuances as aircraft mechanics that we never experience in a normal workday, and showed us for a few years in videos that we never saw before about the repercussions of not being aware of what's out there. That needs to be brought back, and it needs to be part of the instructions on an annual basis for anyone other than pilots. They get their own recurrent training. Most of us don't.
Most of us get a computer, click, 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 go. And it's really a dangerous place for us to be. And it's one that we, as an organization, really want to see a focus on bringing the regulatory agency back to saying, hey, this can't just be a computer program to teach a guy. Can it be a simulator? Rock on, we're in. But we need something more and something of substance to reinforce the human factors, the human drift. I was really pleased to see the focus on human factors and human drift and all that in your 2017 documents. It's really important, as is just policy. Don't just go after the person because they made a mistake. Figure out what they did wrong, why they did it wrong, and learn moving forward. Please. And with that, again, I thank everyone for inviting me today. This is a fantastic opportunity for us.
Thank you. And I know Wayne with BWI, looked like you wanted to mention something earlier.
Yes, ma'am. They're exactly correct. You have a highly skilled, trained workforce in that cockpit. As an ex-Army aviator, I know what we went through to earn those wings. You don't have that same workforce on the ground. You don't have individuals necessarily that are looking for that to be their entire career. They don't have the same goal as that flight crew that's in the aircraft. Airports are responsible for training all individuals that work within the movement area. That's the airport's responsibility. How that's done differs with every airport. The FAA asks that we as airport operators try and reduce the number of people who have access to a runway. If you don't absolutely, positively need access onto an active runway, you shouldn't have that ability. And if you're not out there all the time operating in that environment, you shouldn't have that ability. You shouldn't have that R or the T on your badge. Airports, for the most part, train the individuals at different levels. So if you have airfield access, that's computer-based training. If you have taxiway or runway, there's a different level of training, but it's nowhere near as involved as the crew training is. We, a number of years ago, actually adapted our training program for our employees, the airport's employees themselves, to mock that of Army aviation. Imagine that. To where we actually bring them in the classroom, and then we have OJT, and then you have airfield familiarization with the instructors. And then when those instructors feel confident in the skill level, both day and night operations, then they're assigned to airport operations who provide a check ride for those operators. However, we do not go to that extent with all operators on the airfield. That's only our employees, whether it's airport operations, maintenance, or the fire department. The rest of the air carrier employees or the ground handlers, we may provide them with movement area, instructor-led training one time, and after that, it's annual CBT for refresher. That's something to think about. You have tens of thousands of operators on the ground, and they don't have that same skill level that the cockpit has.
Yeah, if I could just add, just real quick, and I'm going to say something here that's uncomfortable, but I think everyone will agree, safety is first until economics come into play. And at that point, safety drifts a little bit. We talk about training, and it's kind of we toss it around, but yet how do we specifically, what are some of the things to make sure that everyone that is operating on the airport, and we have a term that they teach us, shared mental model, and I kind of spoke to it earlier, but it's critical on the flight deck that there's an expectation, and that a captain and FO understand exactly and have a shared mental model of what the plan is and what they're going to do. And I think that's critical for any of us that are operating, whether it's our air traffic controllers, whether it's a mechanic moving an aircraft, whether it's fuelers, it's surface vehicles. So where does that training go? How come he's not put in a simulator to see? Well, ultimately, it's economics. My colleague at NATCA made that very clear. So we have to make sure that safety doesn't drift. But ultimately, it is economics. And if we're going to continue with the safest airspace system in the world, that has to be recognized, as uncomfortable as that is. And we have to make sure that it is addressed at every level. And these are the stakeholders, especially on the governmental side and the regulator side, to make sure that we remain the safest airspace in the world.
And if I can, Jennifer, I'm sorry to. Here, Casey. Thank you for saying most of my bullet points here. Look, it's not just training, but training and experience. You know, as pilots, we're always accused of being obstructionists on the next new great thing that's coming down to help us be safer. I think we made it clear that there's no substitute for being there. And Russ, thank you for saying that. We can't just have people driving around the airport that saw a PowerPoint slide. And we think because there's a presentation and they've clicked through the slides once in their lifetime, maybe once every year, that they're good to go. That ain't the case. I tell you what, after sitting in these meetings, I'm not safe to fly an airplane right now. Even though I have 20,000 hours, I need to get back into that dance to do just what Casey's talking about, experience and training, and then currency. And these three things need to be looked at simultaneously and figure out where the holes are. And I'll just finish with this. The safety monitoring system, I'd like to have, I think it's Kim is our SMS FAA person. You know, I'd like to hear her weigh in because I think that those systems need to be more proactive than reactive. And they're dependent on data right now that only says this is where the accidents and incidents happen. We need something that says where are the woulda, coulda, shouldas, the almost happens. How did these guys prevent this from happening? And once we start looking at the data from that perspective and the SMS takes that into account, I think we'll be a whole lot better off. Real quickly, these threat and error matrices that substitute for that are supposed to be forward-looking. Hey, I remember in grade school making the test, taking the test, grading the test. I always had 100%. Amazing. There needs to be some supervision, some oversight on these threat error matrices that we look at so that, no kidding, there's an operator that's got some experience looking at this saying this is realistic.
Thank you very much. I think that is tossed to you then,
Thank
Kim.
you. So one, thank you. I think you're spot on. We have really learned a lot about, we need better data. We need to be able to mine our data more effectively to get those intelligent precursors to risk and understand what's working in the system. Why are these barriers holding? How can we strengthen those barriers? How can we do more to make the system more resilient? Not just look after an accident, which we'll look. I mean, we will both be out there looking after an accident, but I'd rather get ahead of that, right? And I know our colleagues at NTSB would too. So we are actually using a lot of technologies to mine that, and but we need the infrastructure to support that predictive analytics. And that means we have to modernize our data infrastructure. And that's a hard case to make because safety is a hard sell, right? It's taken for granted until something happens. All of us in this room know how hard we work to make this the safest system in the world. We know how hard we struggle to get whatever resources we can to move safety forward. And we know that we're all stressed with that struggle. And you see the loss of knowledge across the system. It's not just at the government, it's in the cockpit, it's on the runway, it's in the maintenance and the mechanics. So we've got to be able to give these folks, these experts, decision support tools, not to replace them, but to help them so it's not so hard. And then we have to really put in the best barriers possible, the best controls, the best preventative layers that we can. And the only way we can really understand that is by getting that granular picture of data from a systems level. And we are really actively working that in our SIAS. And I'm looking forward to the next generation of that system. But right now I feel like it's going to take us, we need to leverage technology that's already out there. And we are exploring things like AI and ML to better mine our data.
Well, and safety's a hard sell until something tragic happens, right? I mean, we've all seen it when there's actions after a tragedy. It's getting before that, getting ahead of it. But Kim, because we did in 2017 talk about the need for better data. And so what is it that needs to occur to get there? Is it resources? I mean, I know the NTSB, we are in the midst of creating our own, or modernizing our systems to create our own capability to evaluate data and make decisions using that data within the NTSB. So maybe you can tell us, how do we get there?
Well, I think part of it is technology, part of it is resources, but most of it, I would say, is the willingness of this community of people to trust each other with that data, and then the confidence that that data that won't be used against them to embarrass them. That's how we get predictive. It's part of that culture, that safety culture that we're familiar with in the aviation and community, but I'm not sure the whole world is cognizant of what it means to be able to share data, to be able to say, like Steve did, I made a mistake, I could have been an accident. That requires trust. He didn't make an accident. Wait, he did not make an accident, that somebody else did. But the bottom line is it requires trust. And so I think what we're doing is we're working together through the commercial aviation safety team that kind of gets to work with the SIS database. We're trying to build trust and provide more access to data, not less, more granular data. But we have to do it together, and we can't, mandate it from the government. You can't mandate trust.
I'd like to add on to what Kim is saying. When we do our runway incursion assessments for each runway incursion and we put a rating to it, a lot of times we're doing that rating based on the data we have, and 65% of our runway incursions are primarily on the pilot side. So when a pilot incurs on a runway, 65% of our runway incursions are lack of data that we have to rate this incursion. And the information sharing is something we struggle with. And just as Kim said, we would love better access to information that led a pilot or a vehicle driver to incur on a runway. And how can we help in that case? If we come to find out that a marking was bad or that a instruction from a controller was confusing, we may be able to put in a recommendation to help change that and make the system safer. But getting access to that data is a struggle sometimes.
If I may.
Go ahead.
Okay, hey, I know we're talking about data and theoretical. How can procedures and training be improved now? This is a now problem. This isn't data, let's look at future. This stuff's happening today. This is happening right now. So we need to get back to basics. We need to, my colleagues have said it well, at least 2 pilots in the cockpit concentrating on the job at hand, the task at hand. So going a little different direction is distractions. We have a lot of new in the system right now. We have new pilots, new controllers, new flight attendants, new ground personnel, a lot of new. So getting back to basics on training. Over the course of years, training has been watered down. Now, does it exceed? The airlines are going to take an issue with me because, yes, it exceeds the minimum. But when you have a lot of new in the system, you need to exceed the minimum, and there needs to be better training. There needs to be better mentoring. Mentoring with all the new in the system, we need better mentoring. Let's talk again more about distractions, okay? Distractions happen. There are clearance changes. Distractions happen on the ground when we're taxiing. But there are distractions that can be mitigated. You talked about booklets for all the differences at the airports. Controllers stay at one airport by and large, so they're used to what's going on there. Pilots travel all over. There's different procedures at O'Hare. There's different procedures at Minnie. There's different procedures in and Kennedy, and, having to wrap your head around all that. If you fly international out of New York like I did for a decade, you know where they want you to turn when you clear a runway. If you're coming in for the first time, they have no idea. So having a booklet somewhere that a pilot can search on the internet, it's a great start. I applaud that, but this should be mandated to be part of the charts, right? So like an attention all users page for a PRM approach at the back of the 10.9. Hey, this is what ATC expects when you arrive at this airport, and it should be in every chart mandatory, not, hey, that's something that can be done now. That's not an expensive fix for decades from now, but if there are specific procedures at airlines, make sure it's there. Some airlines do a good job of providing that information to their pilots. Not every airline does, and it shouldn't be incumbent on the airline to do that. We could do that, do that now. Different signage. We heard that today. Everything is different at some of these airports. Those are distractions, minimizing distractions, allowing the pilots to concentrate on the job at hand. Again, training by bulletin. People will change a procedure, either at an airline or something else, and they'll say, all right, this is a new procedure. If you're trying to figure out what the new procedure is while you're taxiing around the airport, that is the wrong time for that. Absolutely the wrong time for that. People should be focused on the job at hand. So look, we can do things today. I love theoretical, and how can we fix this going forward? We need technology. Well, I'm sure we'll get more into that as we go forward this morning. But today, what can we do? Better mentoring, better, get the information out there to the pilots and reduce distractions so that pilots can focus on what they're supposed to be focused on, eyeballs outside and concentrating on not getting into a runway incursion.
Can I interject there for a second? I think it's, I'm hearing everybody's comments, and for me, I think experience levels in the industry are the lowest they've been in decades. And that's pilots, controllers, runway operators, et cetera, or airport operators, et cetera. From a controller standpoint, I thought it was kind of interesting from the ASRS data. I tried to pin down the causal factors that were related to controllers or airports in a towered environment. And distractions was one of those, procedural mistakes or communication mistakes between controllers, judgment errors by controllers. I think some of those, they speak to the experience level for sure. There's no question that it speaks to the experience level. We moved away from familiarization in the industry. We're kind of stovepiped. Pilots do their thing, controllers do their thing, airport operators do their thing. And then COVID kind of added to that, where there's not that familiarity with what's important to the pilot, what's important to the fuel truck driver that does need to cross that runway, what's important to that controller to accomplish their job. There needs to be a more coming together and understanding of the entire system and not just in our own stovepipes. I think that's really important. And technology is fantastic. I think that provides the stopgaps or provides that resiliency. But ultimately, it's the pilot in the cockpit, it's the controller in the tower, it's the vehicle operator driving that vehicle that matters the most at the end of the day. So it's great to build these systems to trap the mistakes that we make, but I think that we need to get back to the basics of understanding what everybody else needs in this system to make the system work. And we need, it's interesting to me to just see that word distractions in there as a causal factor. And I think that that's a generational thing that's going on now. There are more distractions. I think attention spans are a lot less from just this generation coming up. And we need to focus more on training and emphasizing the importance of sticking to the procedures, being precise about what we do, and avoiding those distractions, and being familiar with what's important to each other so that we're communicating better. I really like the shared mental model. That's a really good point, in that if we're sharing with each other what's going on for us, it helps us, the other side, make decisions. And I think sometimes pilots think, well,
I've got the right to that runway, I was cleared, or, or a controller says, well, I told him to hold short, so I don't have to explain to him he's holding short for, an aircraft that's landing or whatever. We need to be sharing the big picture with each other and helping each other make those decisions that will prevent these runway incursions. But we're not going to solve this overnight. Experience levels are at their absolute lowest. I'd say I would compare this to 40 years ago, post-strike experience levels. And so it is going to take time to train and to get past that, but we've got to focus in the right direction with that training. And we've got to pinpoint those human factors, because I think that that's really where the key is. And then technology is the stopgap that helps us through this time frame.
I think Dr. Prelis had a comment, and then we'll go to Captain Downs.
Since we're talking about training, we have 3 universities represented at this table right now, and this is, I believe, where it all starts, right? We're the ones that give that initial flavor of the industry and what they expect to receive once they go to the airlines, the airports, becoming air traffic controllers. Couple of things that have helped us specifically at MTSU is, we've reached out to the industry, our industry partners, and had conversations with them. And beyond that, I think what probably needs to happen is we need to have a bigger industry presence, in the sense of, I think all the colleagues here around the table should get together with the educational institutions and say, here are the challenges that we're seeing when these professionals come to us. Here are the gaps that we're seeing when these individuals come to us. Here are the skill sets that they are not getting when they come to us. Can you, as universities, do something about this? Here's what we would like you to do. And I'd like to see some conversations happening between, the University Aviation Association partners and our industry partners as well, because then at least we can do something to help cover some of that gap. And these are things that we can do right now, right? The soft skills, the transferable skills, some of the technical skills, we can help out as well. So just want to throw that out there.
Thank you, Brian. I didn't know if you wanted to add to that.
Yeah, I can add from a training standpoint. We I think getting to the pilot group, the young pilot group, and even pilots today, we sit and have this conversation. We have ERTs and safety councils at UND, and it's all about disseminating information back down to the pilot level, right? The line pilot. I think we all know the importance. Back on May 5th, we actually did a safety stand down, not because of an event, but we were seeing similar trends in the wrong direction. And it was more of a stand up for safety, and we had to get our entire flight instructor group in a room. I know that's easy for us, and it's difficult for companies that are spread out across the country to do that. But communicating with the next generation, they glean for knowledge and information. But what we're finding is there's a challenge in how do you get that to them. We have websites, we have links. There's always if you have to click more than 3 times, they're not going to find it. Right? If it's not readily available, it's very, very difficult. And so a lot of the information that's out there, a lot of the tools that are out there, we're packing their bag so full. We're trying to teach kids how to land. We're trying to teach them how to talk on the radios. We're trying to teach them how to work as a crew with a fellow pilot. And then you're trying to add all these other pieces to it to help build situational awareness, because that's where the foundation comes. And technology is wonderful. Our aircraft are decked out with all glass cockpits. But one thing we've noticed with glass cockpits has been brought up a few times, our eyes are coming inside. And getting back to the basics, if you read our stand manual, if you cross a taxiway, if you take an active runway, anytime you're on an aircraft, whether you're line or whether you're a mechanic or you're or a pilot, it's clear left, clear right, and up for my helicopter folks out there. And then also on final is how many people take a clearance, and it's amazing that you ask that question. After you accept that clearance, is anybody actually clearing final and making that call? But again, those are things that are written into our manuals, and I'd like to say that they happen 100% of the time, but I'm confident they don't. And so sometimes going back to the comments of going back to the basics, that is really important, and we are trying to nail that at the early level. But again, there's so much going on in that cockpit, even at the training environment, that it is difficult to build that back in.
Nobuyo.
Jennifer, I would like to add on to what the 2 gentlemen here said. regional airlines are usually the entry point for pilot, their pilot career. And we would definitely like to see more new entrants coming in with the relevant experience to Part 121 operating environment, and creating strong bridge programs or structured training pathways. We certainly like to work with pilot groups and universities to enhance training. And it have to be performance based and proficiency based training, not just to check off the box.
Thank you. I wanted to give A4A a chance to comment as well, and maybe Alex, you too.
Okay, appreciate that. Definitely appreciate the conversation. We've talked about the many layers of our organization being weaker than they have been in the past. With safety, we're always talking about layers of controls to mitigate risk, reduce hazards. And as we look at new controllers, we look at the new employees we have on the ramp, we look at our support folks with the air traffic, we look at our pilots, we look at our technicians. It's all just a little bit weaker than it's been in the past. And so getting back to the basics of what can we do right now to strengthen a couple of those layers so we don't have to rely on hero actions from controllers or pilots. That's the last thing that we want. So getting back to, are there things that we can do, whether it's in training, whether it's in infrastructure, whether it is in the technology world, that will not cause additional distractions, but will aid in situational awareness to strengthen up those layers so we don't end up getting behind the power curve and having to do heroic actions. That's what's going through my mind right now. The A4A carriers, our safety councils, our ops councils, our air traffic councils have been very engaged in continuing to make sure that we're building on safety, that we're looking at leading indicators instead of outcomes to try to get ahead of runway incursions as a good example. The reporting is so critical into our SMS of close calls. A lot of people don't want to report a close call. They don't want to report, I was confused. Those are the things that we're able to dig into, create trends, work with air traffic, work with our labor partners, work with AQP to create mitigations in training, mitigations in procedure. So that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Yeah, one follow-up question on that. I mean, you have a lot of hiring actions right now, you and the FAA and others. And then you have a need to train everyone. How do you make sure that folks are getting the adequate training while you're feeling the pressure to put people in place?
On the flight crew side, I can say there is a lot of pressure to get people through, but I am very proud of the stance of our check airmen, of our standards pilots, of making sure that standard does not change. We've added different training scenarios. We've added training scenarios specific to runway incursions to try to develop that mindset of when could I possibly get distracted and have a negative outcome. So the AQP, Advanced Qualification Program, is a great program to be able to modify your training to current environment. And this is that environment that we really need to nail.
Thank you very much. One thing, for NTSB colleagues, you are free to ask any questions you want as well. If you have follow-up questions, it doesn't have to just be me. This is about all of us. And, I know there are a lot of human performance professionals here, and feel free to chime in with questions because Betty has one.
Yes, I do. Yeah, we've been talking about the humans in this, and I really would love to get the perspective from Jason. You're the expert. Anybody else in here is the expert, because the human is the main, the center of all of this. So please.
Thank you.
I'm actually delighted to hear so many words have come out of so many people's mouths this morning, which cover the human performance side and the things I was going to talk about. I think one thing I do want to explain very briefly, and this may be in depth, but just look for a second about how we process information, because we're all touching on elements that relate to that. Situational awareness, distraction, scanning, rules, training, procedures. If I give you the 1 minute summary, because I'm going to come back to this, I think, throughout the day, and I think we'll all build off it, of what we do when we actually do a job, whether it's a controller, a pilot, a driver on the airfield, a technician. There are about 5, 6 parts to that process that we go through. And what we're all describing today are parts that either support that or eat away at that plan. We look around the world around us, we take information in, it's called perception. We're looking at where are things, where are the vehicles, where am I going, what's the lighting say, where are things, what do we see? Then we use our memories to support that. We have our long-term memories with our rules, the procedures, the stuff that we were trained in either years ago or recently in a recurrent training or update training. We got our short-term memories where we're going to remember the 5, 6, 7 things we got to do next. Using all of that, we make our decisions. And then those decisions, we execute our actions and we check them for feedback. What we were talking about this morning are things which either are building on that, like the training and supporting memory. So it goes into our long-term memories, but things change, procedures change. My colleague over there, Mr. Dittmer, talked about how much training we give. Something's been the way it's been for maybe 10 years. We change a procedure, they watch a video, and the expectation is you're now going to remember the change in procedure. That might not be the case. Overarching that idea, though, is how alert we are. And so one of the conversations my team is always having is how do we make the control of the technician be the optimal them when they walk in the door? So, how do we arrive for work in the best mental state possible and be aware of actually what is eating away at that for us and supporting our colleagues in the same way, because a lot of backup to some of these issues is that other set of eyes. You mentioned it earlier, the first officer next to you, the controller next to you. If you maybe miss something, the person next to you spots that. How alert you are and how attentive you are supports all of that model. So as we talked this morning and throughout the time, it's really for me about what we can do to build that. Distractions came up. Distractions can be internal, but they can also be external. But a lot of internal distractions reported might be job related. It could be the person doing something they actually need to do, but they can't split their attention between 2 things and they miss the key thing because they were doing something else. It doesn't necessarily mean distraction is something external and shouldn't have been taking place at the time. So a lot of this work we do in human performance is trying to understand what can we do to make that model better? How do people scan better, controllers? Look at visual scanning. How do we teach that? How do we build situational awareness? What kind of biases affect our decision making? Okay, I'm going to a long answer now. I do this. But the shared situational awareness thing really jumped out at me because that is something that I was going to talk about later. It's a challenge economically to do all the programs, to go on the flight deck, to watch for controllers join pilots, pilots join controllers. A number of years ago, I was lucky enough to see something another country did. And they actually created a series of videos filmed for everyone to watch the same video. Pilots, controllers, airport operators. It filmed everything from all 3 perspectives simultaneously, and everyone watched the same video, seeing what everyone else in the system knows and doesn't know, what they're doing, what they don't know they're doing. And that was it was filmed in a Faircraft simulator, a tower simulator, Tracon simulator, and out on the airfield. And I found that a really interesting way to actually try and share that so that that same video should be watched by everyone the same. And they'd all leave with that situational awareness of the other people's roles and perspectives. So.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Alex. And Jason, you're not the only one that sort of drags. I asked 2 questions at the beginning of this, and I am not on script right now. Right now, everyone at NTSB is saying, what happened to all the questions we provided? So thank you very much. Don't worry. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to go to Alex. I want to go to John, because this isn't just a discussion about commercial aviation. We want to talk about general aviation and what you're doing on runway safety. I would like to go really quickly back to Bridgette, just to talk about the importance of training and what needs to change for air traffic controllers. And I feel like there was one more. Oh, I am not going to miss you, John. So the second question on my list was for John to talk about the runway incursion mitigation program, and I'm not even there yet. And we're close to a break, in fact, over, but that's okay. So, Alex.
Thank you, Jennifer. I think we're doing really great in terms of everyone coming in and immediately offering solutions, offering their perspectives. And I go back to your original question. You asked it from the public perspective. And so we want to make sure that, hearing all this, the public understands that the system is safe and that it is working. Scott showed us charts and graphs and not charred wreckage. But ultimately, to your point earlier, what we're doing today continues for us to prevent that. It continues for us to be vigilant and to lower those numbers to make sure that the graphs are pointing down. For the general aviation, what are the challenges? What are the complexities? And a lot of it is that we go to a lot more airports than our airline partners do. General aviation airports don't have the same requirements for markings, lighting. We talked about economic challenges. It's just not feasible for them to have all the same technologies. We have a number of pilots who are operating as professional two-pilot crews, but we also have a lot of pilots who are operating single pilot. Those are all challenges that are created. When we operate at commercial service airports, a lot of the business aviation aircraft, general aviation aircraft, are smaller, and thus we're sitting lower. We have a different perspective at the markings, at the signs, at what's going on around us. I recently did a charter to Philadelphia in a single-engine aircraft, and coming out of there, the way that the runways intersect, the way that you come out of the FBOs, it's very efficient to do an intersection departure. And I looked at the charts very carefully. I saw that there was a lot of taxiways and runways coming together at that location. When I got there, I was very grateful to see that there were markings, that there were runway guard lights. Ultimately, my vigilance was important, but we had the tools in place to help me keep situational awareness, to make sure I identified where I was and keep that situational awareness and to depart safely. So there's a lot of that we can do at other airports, and then ultimately help with education and that practice. Wayne, you talked about drivers at airports going through very specific training, and you differentiated that a lot of those in the cabs of the airport vehicles are not the same professionals as pilots. I think that's very true and accurate. However, as pilots, we have other challenges. When we learn and train, what we learn for ground operations is a very, very small portion. A lot of our training focuses on what happens in the air. And so we need to be very precise to make sure that that time spent on ground operations is put to good use, that we're deriving from data that we have on what our challenges are, what the mistakes are being made, and bring that into scenario-based training so that when we are in the simulator and we have a few minutes, we're able to do that efficiently and productively. For general aviation, a lot of the simulators don't have the scenery, the details for the general aviation airports that we operate, even for business aviation airports, Teterboro, Van Nuys, Centennial. So creating some of those would definitely help the situation.
John.
Thank you, Jennifer. And I think Alex touched on a lot of points that I want to talk about as well. As a general aviation pilot, my crew might be my wife, might be my kids in the back, might be nobody in the airplane with me. I just have my outside resources of controllers if I'm operating at a controlled airport, other pilots around me at a non-towered airport. So there's a lot that I have to work at and try to make sure that I have all that information. And then we have a lot of information out there, and it's sometimes easy to get overloaded by that information and miss critical things that we need to work. So as an instructor, one of the things I do with my private students is really try to, like Alex said, hit on some of those ground-based training events and talk about the airports. Because when I train a pilot, I keep in the back of my mind, yes, we may be training at a non-towered airport, or we may be training at a small general aviation airport, but when they take their check ride, they can go to a Class Bravo airport. They're not limited in that. There's not any additional training that's required for them. So I have to make sure I'm providing all that information to them ahead of that, and so that they're ready and capable to operate on the ground, prevent runway incursions. One of the best things I like to do with my students is I'll ask them some questions as we're going around. The controllers at Frederick are great. They work very hard. It's a very busy airport, 3 different training operations, helicopter operations, business jets, state police, all kinds of operations there. We're close to the Sicher. We've got restricted airspace around us. It makes for a fantastic training environment. I learned out in Iowa at the University of Dubuque, and it was a little bit different. But it's still a good opportunity to provide that information. So one of the things that Air Safety Institute has done, one of the very first online courses we did was the Runway Safety course. And that's probably about 20 years old now. It's gone through about 4 iterations. It's still our most popular course after the General Aviation Security course, but the TSA requires for flight instructors, and also the Basic Med course. But it is the #1 course that pilots come to ASI and take a look at. So far this year, we had about 3,000 hits on it, people taking it. And year over year, it's averaging about 7,000 courses completed a year. It is an elective in our flight instructor refresher course, so it is something that we're trying to make sure flight instructors are looking at. This year, we've revamped that a little bit, and we put more of an instructional focus into that. How can you teach runway safety to your students? How can you teach them that markings have meanings, that signage has meanings? It's not similar at every airport. Once you've seen one airport, you've seen one airport. You have to go and you have to take a look at these things. So how do we build a scenario that gets them at a more complex airport so they can think about, how am I going to get there? I make my students print out a taxi diagram. We trace the route. I play the controller, not well, but I give them a clearance. I talk to them about, what are you going to do? And then as we're in the aircraft and we're going to various airports, we try to do the same thing, and we ask the questions. It's very easy for a student to be overwhelmed. When a controller gives them a long list of things to do, how much of that are they repeating back, and what was the most important information that they have to glean out of that, and then repeat back to the controller so the controller understands my student has gotten that information. That takes some time, particularly at a busy airport. If you're lucky enough to learn at a non-towered airport, you do have to go to a towered airport to do some training, but it's a minimal requirement. But once you pass the check ride, you can go to that towered airport all you want and learn through experience, trial and error, make some mistakes. So I'd rather give them that training ahead of time and make sure that they understand what's going on with that. So we also have a runway safety center on our website, which gathers a lot of these bits and pieces of information, videos that we've done, webinars that we've done, our online courses, our runway safety flashcards, all kinds of information is gathered in one location. Lots of links that instructors can go to, pilots can go to, learners can go to click into that and to take a look at what the information is and to get that information. I had a great conversation with Scott on Friday of how we can add more of the material that they're producing and get that information out. Where can we put that in our airport directives, some of the booklets that we're talking about, the handbooks? Can we get those links to those into our airport directory on that particular airport's page? Again, one more opportunity to get good information out to the flying community, to the pilots. And I'll also say it, one of the first jobs I had in aviation was as a line service tech, and I did not have driver training. Fortunately, I was a pilot, so I understood runway layout, but it was not something that was talked about until later on after I moved up and became a flight instructor, and some of the techs that came in behind me, we actually implemented, I believe it was NATA's Safety First program, and started training them a little bit better on how to operate at the airport and be aware of where they're going and how to not create conflict and to observe controllers' requests and all of that, clearances. So there's a lot to be done. 40 hours is what the FAA requires in terms of flight training. Ground training, there's not really a minimum requirement in a Part 61 environment. Our colleagues in Part 141 environments is a bit different. They have required times they need to talk about and need to meet, but it is something that, as an instructor, it's key in the back of my mind. Whatever I'm teaching this student now, they're learning, they're going to take with them, and there's a huge ripple effect from what I'm doing as a single instructor to what happens within the rest of the aviation community. I want to make sure I'm getting the best information to them, properly on time with the information that they can understand and give them a way to think about it and not be overwhelmed by it, not be able, and not be scared to go to a more complex airport and operate there. So it's a challenge. I like it.
So I kind of want to follow up a little bit on a few things. So for controllers, we have different positions in a tower, right? So you have local control, ground control, local control, also known as tower, right? Each position is inherently busy. And some of them are going to be more saturated with volume, and some of them are going to be more saturated with tasks, right? So giving people the ability, the training that's needed to have confidence, right? Because you have to have confidence in the ability to say, hey, I need proper traffic metering right now. I need to slow the problem down. Flow procedures. So you can, because you are going to have times where you're going to have combined positions, but I need the traffic metering, I need proper flow to be able to handle that. And if there's an element of the frequency, and someone mentioned earlier, I'm not quite sure which captain did, but had to do with regards of being able to get something in, key up the mic. Frequency congestion management is a thing with controllers. It's a big thing, because I am planning, what you're not seeing is I'm planning 4 or 5 steps ahead of what I'm going to say when I key up the mic. And it doesn't stop when I'm on there. We kind of talked about complacency a little bit, and I kind of brings the hairs on the back of your neck up a little bit, right? But, so complacency is something that every human, I don't care who you are, is going to have to combat. But there's low saturation of traffic and there's low stimulation as well. So that causes people to fall into this sense of security, right? So as controllers, vigilance is really where is our big key, and that's our weapon against complacency. So as we're treating every single operation, every time I key up that mic, that control instruction at that point in time is the most important decision of my life. As long as we continue to fight that kind of stuff and to train to be able to say, hey, it's okay to put in traffic metering for a little bit. I was working a position, I was working local, I'm out of DFW. At one point in time, I'm working 4 runways or I'm working 3 airplanes, or 3 runways, right? We were starting to get backed up in the pad a little bit, and I had traffic management walk up to me, and guess what they said? Granted, I had a little bit more confidence because I'd been in this role for a little bit, but they're like, Bridget, we're about to go in delays. I looked at them, said, okay. Bugged me again. Said, do you want to plug in? Because I had the confidence, I had the tools to know what I could handle. So being able to provide those confidence, being able to provide the training, being able to provide that, and technology is big. We keep, and I hope we get into technology a little bit more later. There's over 500 towered airports, and there's 43 airports that have some type of surface surveillance. 43. So out of any given hour, I've got hundreds of aircraft that are taxiing down these taxiways that I'm clearing to land, clearing to depart. I have to remember during those abnormal situations, at that specific point in time, that I am talking to the aircraft that I have to talk to right now. And the only way that really can help me get that is through additional situational awareness tools, right? Because otherwise, I should have brought some flight strips. I've got these little strips. If you've never been in a tower, I applaud you to go in there. These little strips have all the information in the world. I put them in order. I move the strips around in a mechanical way that lets me know where everybody's at. Because if I don't have that display in front of me, which most people do not, then I have to have a mental picture at that specific moment, every moment of my hour or whatever that I'm on that position. That is difficult. That is challenging. You know how I have a pad, a paper. I know I'm exceeding probably my time. So aircraft are coming in. I mentioned them at DFW. I take this little pad of paper, and I'm writing down all the call signs. I write down all the call signs that are coming in. I put a check mark next to them when I clear them to land. Okay? If I tell you to hold short of a runway, what do I do next to that check mark? I make another little indication. For myself, I make it into an X. I know that they're holding short. If I cross a runway, I make another indication of what they're doing. I do that thousands of times a day. When I put an aircraft in line up and wait, I move my strip because I have my strips in little holders, okay? I clear somebody, I put them up in line of wait, I have a certain indication. I clear them for takeoff, I move the strip, okay? I switch them to departure, I've seen that they've tagged up, radar identified, contact departure. Very mechanical, very repetitious. Extra tools to allow me to make sure that I have that situational awareness of what's going on because of all that mechanical element can only help me during those times where you have abnormal situations, because I have to make that decision at that moment in time, because seconds matter.
Well said. And before we go on to a break, I know that Scott wanted to add something.
I just wanted to add to what John was saying. As he mentioned, we met last Friday and talked about ways to improve outreach. And, you know, outreach is our biggest challenge sometimes, but it's our biggest benefit factor also. And it kind of goes to the SMS process that, you know, Kim talked about. How do we get the information out in front of pilots and vehicle drivers and controllers before something happens? And in partnering with John, we kind of left that meeting talking about the AOPA Foundation or organization is going to put our information on their websites. Our pilot handbooks, they're going to incorporate that knowledge to those pilots that have access to that information. In turn, he emailed me the training information that he just mentioned. We added it to our website yesterday. It's up and live right now. So we just need the pilots and the vehicle drivers to access the information. And that's sometimes a challenge. But the outreach piece is the key. How do we get the information out to the users to know what the challenges are and how to avoid them?
Thank you very much. And John, we're going to go to you first after the break. I didn't forget you. And thank you, Bridget, because we are going to talk in the next section about technology and its role in improving situational awareness and helping improve situational awareness for each of you. So we're going to take, sorry, I know we're running late. I could probably talk all day with you. So if we run late, we run late. People need to leave, totally understand that. But we're going to take 15 minutes, and then we'll head back. All right, getting back to it. We are running late, but that's okay. This is a really great discussion, and I understand that I went off script with my questions, but I think it doesn't matter because it has been such a great discussion. So I do want to welcome everyone back, and I want to start with John since I was supposed to give you the second question, and I want to talk about the Runway Incursion Mitigation Program, see if you can chat about that a little bit, and provide some background and where you're headed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Anything else you
Thanks.
want to add?
Sure. And actually, I'll just start with the training part. I didn't jump in before, but certainly it is something we're very laser focused on. You know, we have, as Kim mentioned, on SMS, we have our airport's SMS rule finally was approved. So we have a rollout on the streets as of February this year. So we are looking to be more proactive, both on the non-movement area and the movement area. We have joint training sessions. We've done some training sessions internally. We're looking forward to working with AAA, ACI, and individual airport operators on moving forward to be more proactive on safety management. And a lot of what we do, you know, is encouraging to hear. You know, we have minimum, you know, requirements, you know, on the regulation. And I think, you know, we have those for a reason, right? There's limitations in resources. I think we need to definitely lean forward. We're happy to partner with others here at the table. We already have some partnering engagements set up with AAA and ACI on the Airport Association side. We're happy to continue to do that specifically on driver training and airfield awareness training and all that stuff that falls under the Office of Airports. So it is something we have continuously looked at. As you probably know, I didn't see it on the chart there, but VPDs, the vehicle pedestrian deviations, they're about hovering around 18%. They've been pretty consistent out of total runway incursions. They've been around that 18% mark. During COVID, it was actually a little higher. So we're happy that's come down a little bit. But it is something we want to move the bar there. And, and I think that's going to take all of us collectively together to figure out, what policies, what training, what can we do more of, education and awareness, and to really, drive those vehicle pedestrian deviations down. So a lot we got going on safety. Starting with, the Runway Incursion Mitigation Program, actually, and I know Kim left our table here, but she hit on a part on, it really does start with data, right? So when we were looking, we started in about the 2013 timeframe on really just trying to understand where should we move in the safety world on the surface itself, and the airport safety part. And a lot of that really focused on, so we don't know what we don't know, right? So we need to mine the data and figure out where we can make a difference. And a lot of what we found out was some of the root causes of runway incursions rely on the geometry of an intersection, the signage, the marking, the lighting. I think there was a lot of great comments here on a standardization of marking and lighting and signage. Certainly there's a balance there, right? Because we would love everything to be standard, but then it comes down to, individual RSATs look at a specific situation, says we need more here. You need to provide more at this intersection because of maybe runway incursions or confusion. So we do have to look at, where are we going to provide more bells and whistles, more lights, more signage, and where do we want to just keep things really standardized so a pilot goes from one airport to another and they recognize the environment a little bit better. So it is a balance. I think, certainly we have lots of tools in our toolbox that we can approach this from infrastructure side. So one of those tools is RIM. So that's the Runway Incursion Mitigation Program. So as a result of the data mining we did find common confusing geometries and marking, lighting, and signage some of that was driven by the confusing geometry, right? A slanted taxiway or a wide expansive taxiway where the signs and the markings weren't where a pilot would have expected them. They were hard to see. So really the root cause does get down to the layout of the airfield. And as most of you know, a lot of our airfields were designed in the 1940s, World War II era. There was, focus on basically getting the plane off the ground and getting them back down and getting them to the terminal, right? So a lot of straight shots from the terminal. And Captain Jangelis reminded me this morning about some of the, we put some specific taxiway geometry things in place that would kind of require an aircraft to maneuver, right, to make a turn. So it's not a straight shot from a ramp out to a runway, and it was happy to hear that that Captain Jangelis was like, I love it, because most pilots would say, why am I making a turn right here? Why do I have to do this, little jog before I get to the runway? And it's purposeful, right? It's there to raise the situation awareness. Pilots making a turn, they're looking at a taxiway sign, they're looking at where they need to be and avoiding that straight shot onto a runway. And sometimes that's all it takes, right, to avoid a runway incursion. So where we started, looking through all that data, we identified, and actually we submitted for the docket for today's meeting a bunch of the reports that we've done, the studies we've done that led to the Runway Incursion Mitigation Program. So a lot of great data there that we've been able to use. So we started this in 2015 and really set a list of inventory of priorities that we wanted to focus on. And the RIM criteria was based on multiple runway incursions happening at a specific intersection. So it was 3 or more within a year, or average of 1 over 10 years time frame. So that was really the marker to really address, all right, so these are the riskiest locations in the National Airspace System that we should focus on. Doesn't end there, right? So that's where we start on prioritizing where we're starting to look, right, and prioritizing our investments. We are uniquely situated, I think. My office, the Office of Airports within the FAA. I'm the Director of Safety, but we have the Director of Planning and Programming. The programming is the money, right? So we are uniquely situated where I could walk down the hall, we can institute policies together to be able to look at not only the regulatory safety engineering side that lies under me, but also how do we fix the problem? Let's just throw the problem out there. How do we work with airport operators and consultants and the aviation community to actually fix a problem? And when I'm talking about fixing, it's not, we're looking at doing permanent fixes, right? So some of this stuff is, is not just putting a procedure in place that maybe another controller comes and goes, or another pilot comes and goes on how things are done, but really correcting some of these root cause issues on geometry will fix the problem hopefully forever, right? And that's part of our monitoring program once we put a fix in place. So as part of this program, we've already done 93 RIM locations since 2015 where we've completed the fixes, put them in place. We have an active inventory that we have posted on our website, and it's not static. It's something we revisit. So even if we took care, we think we did the mitigation, it's taken care of, but we get another rolling incursion, we're taking another look at it. Did we complete the issue? Is there something else that could be done in tandem on top of it? Because this is just one tool, right, the geometry. There's lots of other stuff that factors into that, education procedures and anything else that we need to do. So we're constantly looking at that to make sure we've done it and we've taken care of these locations. So we have 19 locations that are currently under construction right now, 19 RIM locations. And I'm proud to say that, we really looked at the metrics here. What have we done? What was the rate and the number of rolling incursions before we put a mitigation in place, and what's happened after? And we've been tracking the data. We're at 78% of reduction in rolling incursions at these locations as a result of the mitigations. So it's been effective. We're constantly looking at it to see how we can improve it. We're trying to lean forward to see what are we missing, and I think, forums like today is essential, just trading business cards with people and saying, hey, so there's a location that there's a problem here. Can we take a look at it? I hear from ALPA and others all the time on, hey, you might want to take a look at this location, and that's what we're here for, right? That we're here to take a look at this, figure out what can be done, who do we need to reach out to actually change the metrics here, right, and make things better. And so RIM is one tool. We also have just our normal capital improvements. We have that money side, right? So built in within our advisory circular, we have an airport design advisory circular that's been updated a couple times. We did it's 5300-13 Alpha, and then we have a Bravo version that came out a couple years ago. And it's really been transformed, focus on safety. There was a lot of efficiency stuff in the early days of the airport design advisory circular, and now it's got the blend of the efficiency side and the safety. And we've worked that in purposely into the standards so that if an airport is doing a project, they're now required, if they're using our money or if it's a Part 139 airport, they're required to use our money to fix the problem, bring these up to standards. So that's a big part of what we see iteratively, over the years, that we're doing all this other stuff besides our focus on the high priority RIM locations. We're also doing this every day. All the money that we have on, we're fortunate we have a lot of airport improvement program money, AIP money. We have the bipartisan infrastructure law bill money. We're using that money, spending it wisely, and tracking it. If there's safety stuff, it's coded in the system as a safety project. And I referenced that the press release yesterday. That's how we track, see where our money is going. So looking at, the RIM program, we realized we wanted to be a little more proactive. And we know the RIM program reinforced that we were spending our money and fixing locations that needed to be fixed. So what we've done is actually just starting a new program called the Hotspot Improvement Program, which is HIP. And as part of that program, we're actually not waiting for rolling incursions to accumulate at an intersection. There's no trigger for 3 or more rolling incursions or anything like that. It's really looking at the same confusing geometry issues that we're seeing under RIM and translating that to where are there designated hotspots out in the U.S. and looking at those locations and prioritizing which ones should we actually focus on together with the airport community to fix those problems. So it's really, RIM is not going to go away. That's the top tier of things we have to address, right? But this is another program we're looking to say, all right, so we have a hotspot here. Is it related to pilot confusion? Is it related to driver confusion? If it is, we may need a capital improvement that would fix that. So each of these tools are essential, I think, and I think there was a comment down here on there is no silver bullet. Each one of these things makes a difference, and I think it's all of us working together to figure out what do we need to do for procedures and for education and for capital projects and for technology. What do we need to do? And sometimes, the best technology is concrete. It's something where, you fix it, you fix that problem. You don't have to maintain a system or update a system over time. it's done, and we've eliminated, or maybe not eliminated, but reduced the probability of runway incursions from occurring there by reducing some of the root cause issues that were there.
Just one follow-up question. What sort of challenges do you face in the future, and how are you gonna address those challenges? And then I'm gonna ask if Justin can comment afterwards. And 2 requests, I think, from the audience to make sure people can hear. If we can make sure our mics are closer, and then if you wouldn't mind just stating your name and who you're with again, because I think there's some places in here where people can't see who's talking, so that might be very helpful. Thank you.
Sorry, I have a New York voice, so I thought it was pretty loud, but.
Fine.
All right.
You and I are okay.
So yeah, I'm John Darby, the Director of Airport Safety and Standards. So on the challenges, I think there's definitely challenges. There's room for improvement in everything we do, and we're continuously looking to learn and adapt to those changes and keep improving what we do. I think one of the things that we fall in now is on the data side, right? We do a lot of manual interpolation of reports, right? Pilot reports, ASRS reports. We do a lot of manual interpolation, reading through it, with physical people, reading through resources to look at this and interpret what happened, right? And I think the point, and I think Scott made that point before on it's essential for us to get more information, non-punitive safety information. What happened? What did the pilot see? What did the driver see? What are some of those underlying concerns or issues that we may be able to see? Was there the sign, the surface painted hold sign was on the left side? I didn't see it. Maybe it should have been on the right. What are those things that we're not picking up, right? It's not in the synopsis narrative for the incident itself. We need to know that, because that's the only way we can learn from that and make changes to prevent something like that from happening in the future. So I think really our challenges right now are looking at, and opportunities actually, is looking at artificial intelligence and machine learning to be able to read that stuff, right? And be able to help us reduce workload and actually get to the point. If we have that data, we should be able to mine that data more effectively and use some of the tools that are new, and being able to interpolate that and be able to translate that for us to be able to take action.
Thank you. Justin, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, thanks, Jennifer. I wanted to add on to John's comments. The Runway Incursion Mitigation Program is a great program. I didn't want to leave anyone with the impression, though, that there's just boatloads of money, that we can fix all of these problems, because I think when we talk about challenges, going back to the beginning of this whole roundtable, funding is a major challenge, not just for FAA, but also for airports, the Airport Improvement Program. FAA's own estimates came out last fall. I think it's over $62 billion over the next 5 years that airports need for various infrastructure improvements. Now, not all of that is for RIM or for bringing various things up to standards, but over $62 billion over 5 years is a large amount. Currently, we airports through the Airport Improvement Program only get about $3.3 billion per year. So there's a pretty big gap and delta between what we're getting and what the needs are. So I think it's important as we kick off this discussion, not only about infrastructure and technology, all of this requires money, and there's some pretty big funding gaps right now. I know we're obviously trying to push for additional funding through FAA reauthorization. We're obviously grateful for everything that the administration and Congress did to get additional shot in the arm with the bipartisan infrastructure law funding that was provided to airports. But all of this does not solve all of our problems. There's still going to be a funding gap, so don't want to bring it back to training, but I think all of this is supposed to work in tandem. It's the training, it's the safety culture, it's infrastructure improvements, it's technology. I think all of these things are supposed to be working together to address a lot of the problems that we're talking about.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So I'm going to move into technology, and someone said I could just say, what do we think about technology, just to open it up. I do have essentially 4 questions. I'll clearly not get to the second, third, or fourth. So I'm going to start with, there are a lot of runway safety technologies that are out there, ASDX, ASSC, we saw that success in JFK, that incursion that we're investigating, and we've seen it in other areas, and yet we have 43 airports outfitted. Certainly, when we're talking about funding and the ability to do things, I would ask, why aren't we seeing it at more airports? Why aren't we seeing more upgrades of the technology and expanding that technology to other airports? Anyone want to? Silence.
I'll start off on some of the airport, and then maybe I'll turn it over to Bill Kaplan to talk about the ASD and ASSC technology. So the airport side, we have two standards out on basically for VPD, vehicle pedestrian deviation prevention for runway incursions, and they're devices that are installed on vehicles on an airport. One of them is the runway incursion warning system, and that's kind of a GPS device that you can buy. Buy a device. It gets, you just put in the slot in the vehicle, and it provides situation awareness to the driver. So this is, it's really mapped out for a specific airport. They're pretty low-cost devices because they're the size of a phone. It's providing the audible and visual alerts to the driver as they're approaching a runway. So it'll start off, with a small beep or something, and as they get closer to a runway, it's projecting they're going to get into the runway safety area. The alarms and the visual and the audible warnings increase. So it provides that direct situational awareness to the vehicle driver itself at a pretty a low-cost solution. There are over 1,000 vehicles in the country that are equipped with the runway incursion warning system. We do have a standard. And there's an app version that we've actually incorporated within our standard that is, I think, kind of a subscription-based where you can put it on your regular cell phone and you can download it and it does the same thing. We have requirements within the advisory circle and the spec of what they need to meet to be able to satisfy those requirements. So that's one system. The other is ADSB out squidders on vehicles. Very successful. There's over 2,100 vehicles equipped in the NAS, the National Aviation Safety System, with ADSB squidders. Similar concept, except that is now it's going to the surface radar and providing situational awareness for the controllers in the tower cab of where the vehicles are on the airfield. And there's actually vendors that are looking to fuse those two technologies together to have the RIWS and the ADSB squidders fused together to provide both the situational awareness to the driver and to the tower cab on where vehicles are in the airfield.
Kim put Bill in the hot spot. So, Bill, you're up. If you can provide your full name.
I'm Bill Kaplan. I'm the program manager for surface surveillance systems for the FAA. I think it was Patrick maybe that said earlier about the funding that these systems require. So the ASDX and ASC systems, these systems, cost millions of dollars for each airport. So decisions were made over time, and we did the best we could with the funding, the resources that we had available to us. Right now, we're implementing programs to sustain those systems that are in the NAS right now. So we are modernizing runway status lights. We are we're seeking to do some other work to sustain our systems. Closer? Closer. How's that? Okay. So we are implementing programs now to sustain these systems, to keep them operational for years to come. So that's what we're doing now. Looking forward, what we are trying to do is, on June 6th, the FAA is hosting an industry day to kick off a market analysis for the next generation, if you will, of surface surveillance systems. So that's June 6th, and it'll be in the DC area. It's been posted on the on sam.gov and on the FAA's websites, I think. So, and at that point, we'll be soliciting input from industry to see what they have to offer to improve situational awareness for air traffic controllers.
And after you're seeing what they have to offer, I mean, have you done testing of other technologies, research of that technology, or whatever the new system is?
No, we're going to be soliciting for input for what those might be.
Okay. Now, I know you're in the process of upgrading ASDX and looking at ADSB instead of multilateration. And so I'm just wondering, maybe Saab can chime in. And again, I just, just to satisfy our attorneys, the NTSB does not support any products or technologies. They just happen to be, Honeywell and Saab happen to be the ones that provide the technologies, so that's why I have questions. Can you talk about that a little bit and, certainly describe what we're talking about here?
Sure, absolutely. So the surface safety systems we looked at today in the presentation earlier this morning are just safety nets, right? I think we had a really good conversation today talking about the communication between controllers and pilots and how important that is, and other stakeholders. We just mentioned drivers of vehicles, and that's come up multiple times. So the systems we're talking about are safety nets behind that. These are things that help augment that or accelerate that conversation in critical situations. So we present an alert, the controller can talk to the pilot faster, notice the situation faster. And I think the evidence is pretty clear that these systems have worked for the past 20 years or so that they've been installed, some of them. We've seen incidents either be prevented or the severity of an incident being reduced. And I think that is a good testament. And I think the fact that the FAA was sort of out in front is a really good thing. To have put those systems in place 20 years ago is commendable, but they're getting old, they're getting harder to maintain. And so this comes back to the budget issue. It costs money to maintain things that work, but I think we can agree that they work, so we should find solutions. So looking at replacing multilat, which is, in my view, the gold standard, I think that term's been used today before, the gold standard for helping detect these situations on an airport surface, you could replace that with ADSB. ADSB, the aircraft tells you where it is, so you just listen and react. Multilateration, we use those signals, do a bunch of math on our own and calculate that position. So you arrive at something that looks very similar to a controller, perhaps, but is derived in a different way. And I think those two things are interesting and can be debated how they can be used and when they should be used. At an airport that has nothing, no surface system in place, having a system like that that's based on ADSB is really, really good idea. It's going to improve safety. I'm pretty confident in that. At a site that maybe has many runways, a lot of complexity with the taxiways, and already has an existing multilat, maybe moving to ADSB needs to be really carefully considered. Sure, with an ADSB system, the same kind of alert may be generated, but from a safety perspective, we're really talking about risks and mitigating those risks. And the enemy here is time. So when I present something to a controller, and the controller then has to communicate to a pilot, tiny fractions of a second can matter. And so if there's some way to speed that up or maintain the speed that we have already at the 43 airports around the country, I think that should be strongly considered. So we have a lot of possibilities on the table. The FAA is doing a great job studying those things. They've reached out to industry and asked for help, how to study those, how to evaluate those. Some are software changes, some are configuration changes, some will probably be procedures, which is not my area of expertise. So I think we're doing the right things, but the fact of the matter is some of these systems are 20 years old. And so it's maybe becoming a little bit more urgent in terms of time, and it's limited by money.
What is the difference on MLAT and ADSB?
Yeah, sure. So ADSB is dependent on the aircraft. The aircraft will use a signal and communicate to anyone that's listening where it is. It'll tell you its position, it'll tell you its altitude, and it will tell you its velocity. And those messages come out at a different cadence. So ADSB, we're listening to that and just using the information that's provided. Multilateration, we take those same signals and other signals, and by detecting those signals at multiple locations around an airport, different receivers, we can get the precise timing of when those signals are received, do some math and figure out where those signals originated from. It's more like triangulation in some sense.
What's the difference in seconds?
Yeah, that's a tricky question. I thought you might ask that, and the answer is I'm not exactly sure. I think that each case, each scenario is a little bit different. So in a case when an ADSB target stops, an aircraft holds short of a runway, let's say, and it's stationary for some time, it by default will start transmitting its signals less often. I don't need to communicate where I am if I'm not moving. So I tell you, and then I go to sleep for 4, maybe 5 seconds. Then I can say it again. And the same with velocity. If I'm not moving, I don't need to tell you how fast I'm going. Whereas with multilateration, any signal that comes out, I get a new answer. So the update rates can be a little bit different, even though sometimes you're using the exact same signal. And in cases when a target is holding short and maybe drives across a runway that it's not cleared to enter, that startup time can be critical. Is it a half a second? Is it 1 second? I don't know. It could be, in the worst case, approaching 5 seconds. It's probably very unlikely that that's the case, but it's not going to be better. Multilat is going to get there. The first signal, you're going to calculate a position. In ADSB, you're dependent. It's right in the name. So it's hard to say exactly, but I think it's good. It's not as good. There's a gold standard, and then there's something else. It's very close, but maybe not quite the same.
Well, and I think the reason why I'm asking, and Bill, did you want to respond? Because the reason why I'm asking is I think there are plans to decommission MLAT and put in ADSB with ASDX and ASSC, starting with JFK next January. And I just want to understand, what some of the safety differences are, what some of the testing has been done, what if we've looked at their potential safety issues, because we know for a fact that ASDX with MLAT right now is what saved the day at JFK with the incursion that we're currently looking at. So that's just a question I had when I heard there were some changes coming. Bill?
Sure. So we've done extensive amount of testing over the last couple of years. We had a thorough safety panel look at it. Everybody agrees on the data that came out of all that analysis. And during our deployment process, we do additional testing. There's a lot of optimization that's required with any change of these systems. And we have a process where we compare the performance before and after we make this change. And if it's not comparable, we're not proceeding with the change. I certainly don't want to deploy a program that's not safe. So so all that will be tested, and when we optimize these systems, it'll be clear.
Is there any thought of back on? Is there any thought on implementing those new systems with ADSB in airports that aren't among the 43 right now, just to see what's the performance before where there isn't technology and after where there is technology, rather than, say, starting with JFK, which is very complex, and if you do make the wrong decision, there could be a substantial problem.
Well, the systems that we have today do have some components in them that are obsolete. So this then since ADSB was deployed and provides cooperative surveillance, it's there for us to use. It's an additional layer. So we're taking advantage of that. And we're trying to focus our resources on sustaining the systems that we have.
Just a concern is saying that Mr. Fitzgerald talked about the gold standard with MLAT and the ability to have non-cooperative interaction with vehicles, with planes, with ground vehicles. And going away from that, just relying solely on a cooperative system, I think puts some uncertainty into not having that gold standard. So that's something from our perspective, from our technicians, that we're looking at why would we want to degrade the system?
Jennifer had some stuff to add too.
And just to, for those who can't see, Carlos is with PATH, so don't, if you don't mind, add your name and who you're with again. Go ahead.
I'm Brad Miller with Honeywell, and, we started talking about ADSB, automatic dependent surveillance broadcast, and that's been developed and put on aircraft, so we have that already available. I'd like to talk a little bit about the technology of ADSB in, because I think that's the next level, where, and really getting, we've talked about a lot of the training, the on-ground type infrastructure. I think that's good, and the culture and the communication and that type of stuff. But really like to introduce the onboard system that can utilize ADSB in, where all the aircraft are out squawking their position, their altitude, and onboard avionics can take that through our TCAS system, the traffic collision avoidance computer, and make that available on the aircraft. And it leads to technologies like SURF-A, which is surface alerting, and that can really help use the position of the aircraft, the movement of the aircraft via that ADSB-in data, and it can protect the on-ground vehicles that are also squawking the ADSB out position, as well as the aircraft that are on the ground, and those that are landing, through the approach phase and clear through the landing phase. It can be an extra layer of security there, mitigation and reducing of risk. So,
Jennifer, if I could chime in from an operator's point of view before I shut up for a bit. I feel like I'm coaching my kids.
You can chime in all you want, and then I know we're going to go to Steve.
I feel like I'm coaching my kids' Little League team here. We're down by a few runs, and we're just sitting there looking at this kid we're going to put on the team next year that's going to hit the home run. I got to go back to what Jason Ambrosi said. What can we do now? There's no silver bullet for this. Technology's great. I'm a double E. I love technology. But that's not going to fix what's happening now. And Casey and Jason, Steve, they know that. So, from an operator's perspective, right now, there's an incredible amount of churn. Max, you mentioned that. I don't even want to step in your shoes with the challenges you have, and wherever the RAA is sitting here, on putting, there you go. I can't read it. On putting people in the cockpit. But sometimes, I just got to go back to that Hippocratic oath, first, do no harm, right? And really, we need to take that Hippocratic oath upon us. I'm urging Max and Nobuyo, I'm sorry, my Japanese is not very good, in taking a look at not instituting too much change too quickly. When we change our procedures, it's a dance in that cockpit, it's a dance between us and the controllers, and to try to hit that home run now to win the game and change procedures when we have this incredible amount of churn, a low amount of experience, to sit there and try to curtail training at a time when we have a record low experience rate is just not the way to go. So, I'd also encourage the FAA, I'll say my point and then shut up, just because it's legal doesn't mean it's safe or smart. And how many times have we heard that, and how many times have we battled it out on that issue? Just because it's legal doesn't mean it's safe or smart. And I know that you guys at the NTSB want more data. I already talked about that. I'm not going to beat that dead horse, but that's something for the future. And also you're the big pole in the tent on convincing Congress that all these recommendations that you guys have been making for the last 10 or 20 years are important and need to be funded. Good luck with that when we don't even know if the federal government's going to have $1 in their pockets next week, right? So that's a difficult one. And then all I can say is if we just reel this back in, technology is great. I can tell you when we were in the military, the worst thing we could do is drop bombs on friendlies. Fratricide killed us. And there was stuff we could do and that technology thought of that solved this problem. And I remember when the heads-up displays and the laser pointers came out. We started fighting at night. Now you can't see the enemy. Got a heads-up display. Why is Bridget up there in the tower trying to remember what airplane she's talking to with a strip? Come on. My kid's got a heads-up display that he can do stuff with. There's a lot of progress we could make, but that's looking down the road 3, 4, 5 years, maybe a decade. And I think we need to refocus this back on what we can do now.
And just, first of all, I totally agree that there are lots of things we can do right now with what we know. Absolutely, and we have to do those things. But we also have to have a plan for the future on technology. And if we're talking about changing technology starting next January at one of the most complex airports, that's right. That's not 3 or 4 years down the road. So that was the reasoning for some of my questions. But I do want to, I'll go back to Patrick, then I'll go to Steve, and then I will go to, I'm going to just continue to call you Dr. McCormick because you have PhD now. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to respond. I appreciate the analogy, the Little League analogy. I'm a Little League coach too. It's near and dear to my heart. I just wanted to say, to clarify, the things I was talking about are not swinging for the fence right now. Those are ways we can get some runners on base. Those are hitting singles, drawing a walk. These are things that have been deployed in the US for 20 years and continue to be deployed all over the world. These are systems that work. There are some challenges. The specific vintage of equipment that is deployed here in the US is old. It's 20 years old. But there are new ones. And if you reevaluate those 20-year-old requirements, maybe we can find a few that really don't make sense anymore and relax certain requirements in a very deliberate and targeted way to bring the cost down. And we can deploy these things right now. So I'm not talking about pie in the sky stuff. I'm on the same page as you. I just wanted to clarify that. So, thank you.
There, as we've been saying, there are solutions right now. And one of the, came from a recommendation right out of this room after the Comair accident in Lexington. There's an internal system that is in, right now, an aircraft that we're flying right now, that's installed that will announce approaching a runway. It'll tell the crew that you are entering the runway. In fact, I believe Alaska Airlines has it installed. Max says thumbs up, yes. So it's a system that works, it works well, but as was pointed out in this room, that Comair crew had that equipment installed by the manufacturer, but no one paid to flip the switch. And that's where we're at with a number of aircraft. I know Airbus and Boeing are putting in systems right now, again, that could just flip the switch and would be announcing positions to crews before they wandered into a runway or wandered into a taxiway area that they shouldn't be. So again, not to say that we have solutions and we keep saying, well, we have things that we can do now. Again, it comes down to money. I know A4A and RAA, you're gonna probably talk to me about this afterwards, but there comes a point where there needs to be an investment by the stakeholder to make sure that that safety equipment is installed. It's there. We have very smart people working on it. It's just, how do we get it operationally and working? I have not found in my years of doing this work the reason why we don't have that system in all of our cockpits right now.
Oh, yeah.
There's an axiom that I've gone by for many years, and it's Mike McCormick from Embry-Riddle University. And that is, technology doesn't fix stupid. And by stupid, I don't mean a pejorative. I mean, as Bridget mentioned earlier, we're all human beings. We're subject to slips and errors. Things happen. What I believe what needs to happen with technology is a transition away from a safety net. Safety net's good, but that means something bad has already happened. Into decision support tools that enable a controller to make the right decisions or give them the situational awareness to make the right decisions prior to an event occurring. So we need to be proactive versus reactive. So we need to look at things like extended reality. And just so you know, Embry-Riddle, we transitioned 4 years ago to a stripless environment in the control tower, and we have runway incursion devices on all our towers. So the technology is out there, and it's easily deployed. Same thing with extended reality. There is a lot of research being done now to put extended reality into control towers. That would be the ability to look out the window, and you would actually have identification for all the aircraft out the window. That would be the ability to project where an aircraft is going to be and display that either on the service display, the tower display, or the tower window. And that way you know, can I clear an aircraft for takeoff, or can I not clear an aircraft for takeoff? So decision support tools need to be looked at today. They are going to be the future. The technology is here to be able to do that. I certainly applaud updating ASDE and surface text equipment. It needs to be updated. It's 20-year-old technology, but we do need to look at the future. I'm all for back to basics, so multifaceted approach. Thank you.
A lot's gone around here for a little bit, right? I was a Riddle grad, by the way. No offense to UND or anything, but we have some of the brightest minds out there, not only in the cockpit or on the flight deck, but also in the control towers. We worked diligently for years just to be able to key up that mic, especially on the commercial side. And I mean, I'm out of DFW. We work some aircraft, right? It takes a long time to be certified. The more and more time that you have on position, the more capable you are with dealing with abnormal type situations. Earlier, I mentioned the flight strips and writing on your pad. Those are very technical, they're very repetitious, and that's very mechanical for a reason. So I don't forget what's next. Technology. So as we go into technology, technology has been proven to be the most effective tool in the reduction of severe runway incursions. In FY 2022, there were 16 A and B runway incursions. So that's your closest proximity events. Of that, 4 occurred at surface surveillance facilities. Where did the other 12 happen? The other 12 occurred at airports that did not have surface surveillance. By giving the flight crews and the controllers those extra tools, those tools in your toolbox, so that I can immediately assess and grab that information that I need to grab, that's important. You have 43 airports out of over 500 towered airports that currently have surface surveillance. When we talk about the technology piece, remember that most of our controllers, what are we using? Binoculars. I'm utilizing binoculars to see you on the surface, correlating with my strips and correlating with my riding pad. We do this day in and day out, and successfully do this day in and day out. Technology can help increase situational awareness.
Yeah, I'd like to echo that as well in terms of this Brad Miller at Honeywell. Technology, I think, is one of the most effective methods. And talking about airports have technology, some airports don't have the updated technology. With the onboard systems that we're talking about, and Steve mentioned about runway awareness, getting those types of things active and on the flight deck, on the aircraft with the flight crew, with the pilots, who are most experienced and skilled folks within this ecosystem, that gives those extra seconds that are talked about to help mitigate these risks. And ADSBN helps with that. The runway awareness, smart landing on taxiway landings that are already out there. And then ADSBN with surface alerting. So I'm not trying to put in a plug or anything, but just those are the types of things that, you know, we can get to the pilots on the flight deck.
Good.
Thank you. Sorry, you needed a mechanic.
That's it. Thank you. A couple things. Technology is a huge part of it, and you know, 100% adds to those layers to help mitigate the risk. It is aviation. We accept some level of risk, and I think that's why we're talking about economies. Steve was talking about what is available in the airplanes today, but again, it's economies that haven't turned that switch on. Most of general aviation pilots are out there using applications that have these and are using them, whereas 90% of commercial aviation are using an application that doesn't, as an additional, our electronic flight bags and what we're actually using there. It's not available to us. And again, it's economies. Runway incursions, as we build the layers of safety into it, I think we would be remiss. And what I am most gravely concerned about as we move forward, speaking of emergent technologies, is what is on the horizon in 5 or 10 years. And I think whether you're in here as a regulator, the industry, academia, labor, we have to recognize and prepare and put the future in place as we address this critical aspect. But how is the airspace system going to change over the next 5 and 10 years with the billions of dollars going into the technology that is going to rapidly, I believe, inundate both pilots and operators, air traffic control, in the future with the advanced air mobility mission. And I just think that putting the future in place now, and how is that going to put stress on, already where we are with runway incursions. But, as the reauthorization goes through, they're going to be funding, and the economies are going to be our issues today. And I fear that as the race with this technology is coming to the fore, it's going to put even greater pressure. And in another 6 years when we're here, it's going to be, I think, fairly apparent what is going on with the national airspace system. And if we're going to keep it the #1 airspace system in the world, we're going to have to put the future in place and address that.
I'm going to ask if MITRE has something they want to add, and then we're going to go back to Dr. Prelis.
Sure. Steve Surgery from MITRE. I'll try to keep it brief. So Bridget has mentioned a couple times the volume of airports that lack that surface surveillance capability and how important that is to have. And so certainly we've discussed ADSB as a backfill for that at those airports. I think it's probably worth mentioning, again, as Bill mentioned, the safety, runway safety tech day coming up in June 6th at the MITRE campus. One of the things that maybe will be discussed there is like the SAS, so the Small Airport Surveillance Sensor technology that FAA has been partnering with Lincoln Labs to develop. And then another one that John Dermody may be familiar with is just from a situational awareness perspective, low tech, low cost, camera vision, stereo vision, multiple cameras don't always help in obviously the lowest visibility standards, but we've been partnering with airports to use them to assess airport design standards. We've worked with Office of Safety and Technical Training to leverage them to look at aircraft on approach and determine better positioning there when you don't have a surface surveillance capability as well to enhance that. They had tested Flying Cloud last year that tested that out. And we've had some conversations with them as well as using that same technology, that same, which essentially, physics and math, right, to put cameras on the surface to understand where the aircraft is. And maybe that combined with some voice-based memory aids can help Bridget and her controllers in those facilities that don't have that surface surveillance to be less mechanical and start triggering and maybe embracing the now in some regards with how they do things. So, thank you.
Thank you. Chaminda Prelis, Chair for the Middle Tennessee State University's Aerospace Department. I'm going to, if you're okay, I'm going to take this conversation a little bit of a different direction. We've been talking primarily of the larger airports, the 40-some airports that have the technology and stuff like that. There's a lot of GA aircraft that fly out of non-towered airports. I'm give you an example, MTSU, we operate out of a very short single runway, untowered airport. On a really good day, we have north of 400 operations out of that airport. That's a lot of airspace usage and stuff like that. So speaking of the primary skills for pilots, I mean, we do train our pilots to be aware of what's going on around them, but sometimes things happen. Approximately 40% of our safe reports we get are traffic conflicts, of which 30% of those have to do with runway incursions, as how we have defined it. We've implemented things that we work very closely with airports, and we've gotten examples from other airports, from airlines, and we've implemented standard departure and arrival procedures that the airport has agreed to then publish. Now, not everybody uses those. You know, I know MTSU does, or even we do not allow our students to line up and wait either at untowered airports. You know, so things like that we've implemented. On top of that, moving into the technology realm, we've recently collaborated with a company. The software is called Plain English. It walks through an ATC scenario, and the student is supposed to make the call-outs, and the software will actually grade the student on how well they did in responding to those ATC scenarios. So those are the kind of types of technology that we're using on the ground. In addition to the fact that we have G1000 fully capable, we participate in the NGA FID, and our data goes and we analyze that data and everything like that. We're looking at potentially installing Wi-Fi at our ramp. So instead of every 50 hours, our director of safety pulling that data and analyzing it, now it's a live stream of data, and so she can get to it a lot faster. So these are kind of some of the technologies we're looking at. The question I would like to ask is, a lot of these technologies that we're talking about today, is it possible to look at untowered airports like ours that have a very large number of operations? Again, state of Tennessee, we're probably the third or fourth busiest airport, like next to Nashville and Memphis. So are there any opportunities there that we can do that? Because the secondary benefit, the primary benefit, obviously, it's another layer of safety that we can implement, and then also get our students used to using that type of data and technology and all of that. So then when they go fly for the regionals, or when they go to a JFK, they're not surprised by the technology that's already in existence at those airports.
Russ?
I'm going to go in a different direction as well, if you don't mind. Just for a second, looking at it from the ground, from an aircraft mechanic perspective. Sorry, Russ Dittmer, Transport Workers Union Local 591. The technology that we interface with every day is a lot different than what pilots see, frankly. And some of the most disappointing technology is, and I'm going to beat this dead horse a little bit, is the training technology. We have some airports where it's click, 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 go. Some of them, surprisingly, are now starting to have ground surface movement simulator training of some sort, which is a great start. But it needs to be everywhere, and it needs to be more consistent, and it needs to be based upon real-time examples. Let's face it, not every single air traffic controller and not every single aircraft mechanic and every single pilot speaks perfect English and enunciates perfectly. Most of our computerized training is based upon this, little unrealistic world that we're supposed to all live in. Along with that, this mundane training of simulators, ground movement simulators, we can't let each airport or airport authority decide whether or not they're going to implement one or not. I mean, realistically, what you're doing then is you're leaving each individual airport as its own hen house with a fox guarding it, and that one's guarded over there this way, this one's guarded that way. It needs to be more consistent that anywhere I go, frankly, if I'm on a field trip working in Des Moines or if I'm on a field trip working in Salt Lake City, when I taxi an airplane in the middle of the night, I know that the consistency is going to be there on how I move that airplane, and I'm going to be trained just as well so that I can communicate with Bridgette as someone in a smaller aircraft maintenance facility. Now, we are talking about airlines, obviously, mostly because we work in the bigger airports. But that type of mundane technology is much easier to implement, and it's something that can actually probably be mandated much more quickly because it's already available. It's basically buying some machines. The worst part for the airlines, frankly, is it's going to take mechanics away from turning wrenches and inspecting airplanes. and they're going to resist it. But if the value is there for our customers, the value is there for our pilots, the value is there for the industry and safety, it's something that needs to be invested in.
Would you all like to comment from the airport?
Well, as an organization, we represent about 800 airports across the country, and we have a big training program. So I can't speak for all of the training that every airports do, but our organization, we have training that we do at 375 airports across the country. And I know a lot of those, depending upon the needs, the unique situations at various airports, there needs to be differences in the types of training that are accomplished. But we also are the eyes and ears at a number of different airports, so we try and bring some consistency to the various programs, whether it be computer-based training or working with the airports when they do hands-on training, because a lot of airports do that. So I think, the age-old phrase is every airport, when you've seen one airport, you've seen one airport. Everyone is different. There are different situations. There are different needs. But just speaking from our organization and having worked with 370-plus airports on training, I know we strive at least to provide that consistency to all of the airports that we work with.
Airport perspective, Wayne Pennell, Chief Operating Officer, BWI. You're absolutely right. It is up to the airport. The FAA requires airports to train all of the individuals that operate on the airfield to a level. The airports, for the most part, and I've worked in Boston, and don't hold me to this order, with the private sector in Boston and Minneapolis, back to Boston, down to Charlotte, Charlotte to DC, DC to Baltimore, Baltimore to Philly, and then back down to Baltimore. For the most part, each airport handles that training differently. The airports expect the individual operators to provide a heightened level of training that would cover that entity legally. We provide, and at BWI, we provide instructor-led movement area training for anyone that's going on taxiways or runways. Then we have chosen within our organization to set up that old Army aviation, check ride system that we do believe works, and it is with a full motion simulator. However, we're going away from that because the full motion simulator, as you folks mostly know, gets people pretty sick at times too. So we're going to go to a different type of simulator for airfield familiarization, for air traffic communication for the operators, for signage, for markings. So we're making some changes. But at present, I speak to my colleagues around the country, around the world, at conferences every single year. We all handle it differently. I think each and every airport would love to be able to provide the best training possible, but there are financial restrictions with that also. And there are time restrictions, as you had said. We have people who come in now who sit through probably 6 to 8 hours of training in the security office, and they're not happy about that. So we've implemented technology to take some of those classes out with AAAE and send those to the individuals so that they can do that computer-based training on their own, in their offices or at their locations, so they don't have to come into the airport security office to do all of that. And it doesn't sound like much, but it's a lot, because now that individual isn't sitting in a security office for 6 or 7 hours. So it's a challenge. I mean, there are challenges. I'm not saying that the system's broke by any means. I think airports are doing the absolute best that they can. And I believe the FAA would say the same. Why this doesn't happen throughout the country, why we're not expanding ASDX to other airports, I can't answer that. I can tell you we have ASDX, we have runway status lights, and they work. It is absolutely a safety net, and they work. I can tell you, runway status lights work. Thank you.
You mind if I say? Nope, after you.
I just got a question for you on that. You've got the ASDX, the RWSLs, and But are you required to have any squid or anything on the vehicles?
We are not. We do use for winter operations, we have implemented a system called, it's Snow Boss, I believe it's by Indamax, and that's in our maintenance vehicles and in our operations vehicles. It's not in all of the vehicles. I go through the list in 10 years of 14 incursions that we had. Fuel trucks, Customs and Border Protection, my electrical folks, fire and rescue, and individuals that breach our security fences and things like that. But we are not required to have them at present. Would they help? Absolutely, absolutely.
And I just wanted to kind of take that question to Bridget. Well, when you worked at DFW, you know what the ASDX will show. Just explain to everybody what you see as a controller with a vehicle that does have that capability on it, vice one that's you're picking up a primary.
Thanks, Betty. So ASDX is basic, for those of you who haven't seen it, and I'm sure most of you have not. It's a screen that's in front of a controller. And it has, I mentioned earlier, the flight strips with the reference to the aircraft. On your ASDX display, you will see the aircraft taxi along their route, okay? And you also have that opportunity to have vehicles that are on there. If you already have a transponder on board, it could say, I'm just gonna throw out an arbitrary name, but Ops 202. So Ops 202 will track along with that vehicle. If you do not have a transponder, you'll get a blue target. And on that blue target, you have the option to, say Ops 202 called me. I could tag him up, right? There's other elements to that, though. If he sits within, we'll just say he's out in the grass for a while, right? And Bill would have to correct me if I'm wrong here, but after a period of time, if it's stagnant, I might not have that anymore. So the big thing here is, of course, it's not a requirement. We have runways that we're crossing. We have surface surveillance that's been provided for those airports. And we might have a vehicle that doesn't have a transponder on there. And my question would be why? Why do we not make that a priority? And at several airports, as John was alluding to earlier, there are numerous numerous vehicles that have transponders on board. And I commend them for taking that extra funding, because we keep talking about what today? Stable and sufficient funding. Sufficient's a key piece, stable's another key piece. Getting those vehicles with transponders on board does what? It gives me a visual representation, if I have that display in front of me, of exactly where that vehicle is at that given moment. So if they were to get lost, as you kind of mentioned, kind of alluded to, then I could pick that up like that.
If I could chime in real quick.
Yep.
Are we out of time?
No. I can stay here all day. These people can't, but I'm good.
I'm holding out for the folks with low blood sugar here.
Oh.
Your pizza, you guys have pizza weight, we don't.
I
But
have
anyway,
egg white bites in my purse from breakfast this morning. You're welcome to have it.
All right, that's what I'm talking about. That's what friends are for. So let's circle back to the current versus future technology. Look, labor's often labeled as anti-technology, anti-future, we are all about, whatever. That couldn't be further from the truth. But we understand as operators the reality on how long it takes to get this stuff, on how long it takes to get there. It needs to be an all of the above approach. You need to use current technology and future technology. We need runway status lights. We need ASD. Look, we need funding. Secondary barriers were mandated. It's been over 20 years since 9/11. Secondary barriers were mandated in 2018, $6,000 to $7,000 an airplane, and we can't get that done. How long is it going to take to get this stuff put on our airplanes? So funding and getting everybody, the government properly funded, getting airlines to commit to doing this stuff is essential. We see what happens out there. Secondary barriers, really? This is about runway incursions, but how hard is that, right? 20 years after 9/11. So getting a commitment and an all of the above approach. We have to have current technology together with the future technology.
Well, and I think that's a good point, and I do have to ask you a question, Jason. And I hate to throw this out, but on technology, I mean, and again, the NTSB has always supported technology to supplement the human, not to supplant the human, so I am going to have to ask. There are a number of proposals to go to single pilot operations in passenger travel, for commercial passenger travel, and I want to give you an opportunity and others to talk about the impact of that from your perspective on safety, and whether it's ground safety or with respect to runway incursions.
Well, that's a big topic. I could try to just take up the rest of your time on that, but look.
But I'm thinking about Austin.
Yeah, absolutely. So in the grand scheme, there are those special interests that are all about economics. We're talking a lot about that here, that want to reduce the number of pilots in the cockpit for cost savings. The single most important safety device in any airplane is 2 or more well-trained, well-experienced, and adequately rested pilots. Look no further than Austin. The captain was flying the airplane, low instrument approach, heads down. FO's doing their job, looking out the window, and saved lives, saved tragedies. I don't care what technology is. Technology has a tendency to fail. We support technology, absolutely. But the fact is, that should be supporting us. Instead of this, let's do an equivalent level of safety garbage, how about we do a better level of safety? Always focus for a better level of safety. Get the technology, keep the pilots. Let's make sure that you have those eyes looking out the window. Could be runway incursions, could be the Austin incident, could be anything. There's proposals out there to do long-range cruise with 1 pilot in the cockpit. So you're the farthest from land, out in the middle of the Atlantic, and there's 1 pilot in the cockpit. I know that's totally off field. I'm losing it here because I'm passionate about that, but it's insanity that we're talking about taking the most important safety device on an airplane out of it while all these other things are going on. So let's keep the pilots, let's invest in the technology, and it's an all-of-the-above approach. This is the wrong time to be talking about rolling back any safety. We should be talking about how we can make it better. You know, we have a 99.8% reduction in fatalities since the 2010 bill, so let's keep that and add to it and do better.
Man, on this one, please, because, this is like putting an electric shock in our chairs as operators. I'm an electrical engineer. You'd think I'd be here advocating for technology. I worked at Space and Missile Systems Center when I couldn't even mention the NRO. I was working satellite downlinks. There's a place for it. But right now, what Jason said is absolutely paramount. I've been out there in the middle of the Atlantic in waters airspace when the 1 in a billion happens. Both my flight management computers fail at the same time. And none of us here that have tens and 20,000 hours of flying airplanes can tell you that the systems always work. They don't. So then what happens? I'll tell you what's going to happen. My kids aren't going to be strapped to an airplane without 2 pilots. I don't care. I've seen it break. I know it breaks. It's one thing to supplement what we do and give us some extra tools, but I also warn you, with all the new kids coming into this industry right now, and I know I'm going to hear from my 5,000 new kids, but we call them children of the magenta. They're so dependent on the technology, sometimes they forget how to do it without the technology. So we've got to have a balance. The technology is there to augment what we do, not replace what we do.
Yeah, so a little bit different direction, but on the ATSB squitter, so, good point by Bridget, and thanks for asking the question, Betty. So there should be no reason that airports would not buy them, right? So it is AIP eligible. It fits under our normal, it's a runway safety code, which is the highest priority you can get. They are fundable by the FAA, and I think part of where, maybe as an after action, working with the airport associations and others, is something we can do. We can get an education blitz out there. We can figure out how to do this, and I notice, Justin and Wayne were very careful about, the increased driver training stuff, but I think we can do more, and obviously I'm the regulator side, so there is stuff that we can do and ensure, teaming up and partnering with what makes sense to get more consistency, to figure out, what works, what doesn't work, and be able to up-level what we do for driver training. I think it's all important, and I think, we need to do that together.
And squitters are helpful for situational awareness all around. If the vehicle is crossing a runway, on our ADSB in displays in the aircraft, we can see that and not have to rely on the controller prompting us, especially in low visibility. So I think that's a good point. Potentially, maybe we can work together and advocate for that.
Okay, we're gonna go to you.
Okay.
But also, I do want to go back to Dr. Prelis's question because no one answered it. So I'm hoping MITRE might be able to help on some help for non-tower facilities. If you know of anything for universities and others, I'm just going to remind you of that conversation before we go back over here.
Actually, what I wanted to say is related to that, because that question was unanswered for some time. And I think the FAA is doing some studies now to look at some different systems. RIPSA was mentioned earlier this morning. I think if you look at hotspots in a certain area, you don't need a full system sometimes, but having something is better than nothing. And so we need to build that approach, and all of the above approach, I think, has been mentioned a few times. And it's related to the conversation we just had about vehicles. Having an ADSB transmitter on a vehicle, that's great. But if it's at one of the dozens and dozens or hundreds of airports that has no system in place to see that, to represent it to a controller or someone that can take action, then it's pointless. And so there is infrastructure behind the vehicle tracking that needs to be put in place first. So I think those two were related. That's why I wanted to jump in.
And I'm just going to throw this out there in public. If anybody's looking for a test bed, MTSU is more than willing to participate, so.
Do we hear anything from the University of North Dakota or Embry-Riddle? Just
offer.
perfect.
But as long as I got the mic and it's hot, one thing too, when we talk about ADSB, we talk about technology. There's a lot of technologies that are around your busy airports, your Class Bravos, your Class Charlies, and I'll throw Grand Forks out there that, we're typically in the top 30 or top 40 busiest airports, which the majority is GA, VFR traffic. ADSB has been a lifesaver, but to the point of you can't put all your eggs in technology basket. Earlier this year, we had a crew that was cleared to climb IFR, and the statements we got from both crew members was they saw rivets without ADSB, but without the pilot interacting, it probably would have been in midair. Again, typically, you should get an alert through the technology. That didn't happen. The crew watched as ADSB target got within 300 feet and then decided, this is wrong, and they peeled out. And so technology is really important. Technology does aid, but it still falls on us as the pilots to be able to read that technology for the one time or the two times that maybe it doesn't exist. And the other thing we see as well is the traffic that doesn't have ADSB. And so complacency that falls onto pilots when you're used to seeing one thing, and 99% of the people that have the same technology, and there's that 1% that comes into the airspace, you have to be aware there's other means to mitigation. And so I think that's one of the challenges. You talk about these technologies that you throw around the country, is it's also important to try to make sure that they're universally utilized from the top all the way down to the bottom, which is probably one of the biggest challenges we face as an aerospace industry.
Excuse me. At Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, we've been an early adapter of ADSB. We equipped 100% of our fleet over 10 years ago with ADSB in and out. So we use that so that we know where every single one of our aircraft are, what they're performing. We actually have our instructors monitoring each of the aircraft, so we know that if they're flying in airspace or flying in a way that is inappropriate, they can intervene. So for us, that is a way that we can maintain some situational awareness at the non-towered airports, and the operators at those airports can maintain situational awareness back and forth. Additionally, we operate at Daytona, which is the world's busiest general aviation airport. So that definitely helps us to monitor the surface movements. So we're able to, in our control tower at Daytona, at Embry-Riddle, we can monitor the surface movements of our aircraft, and we can be proactive because we're also listening to the frequency at the same time, and we can intervene with the instructor. You're about to egress or ingress onto our runway.
Bridget, and then I know, Casey, you had something that you wanted to add earlier, so go ahead.
So you mentioned RIPSA. So RIPSA is Runway Incursion through Prevention of Situational Awareness. It's a test that we're going to be, NATCA, myself in particular, has been helping the agency put together. We're looking at actually testing that next year. RIPSA is very similar to runway status lights, but it only provides the runway edge lights. So it doesn't have your takeoff hold lights in the middle. It's only when you're coming up to a taxi, or when you're coming up to a runway. So runway incursion, the probability for a runway incursion happens when? When somebody is arriving, departing, crossing a runway, or taxiing up to it, right? So that element of risk is constantly in the system. I wanted to bring up RIPSA because we were originally looking at 3 sites to test it. Now we're looking at 2 sites to test it, and there's different nuances of why. The second location might fall off. A lot of it has to do with funding. So now we're looking at San Antonio for the test. I retire in 9 years, but I would love to see some we keep talking about technology and all, the bells and whistles, but I would love to see things deployed a little bit quicker. In particular, I can't speak to the acquisition process, but I didn't know if anybody wanted to, because I do think, like, when I retire in 9 years, I hope that I can walk out of here and say, we've made an impact.
Anyone from FAA want to talk about the acquisition process or anywhere else? Airports? Nope.
Can I make a comment? The gentleman from MTSU mentioned the uncontrolled airports. We've heard, there's over 500 controlled airports with only 40 some odd with the ATSB. Mr. Proudfoot talked about runway incursion devices in his presentation, and we haven't really talked about those, but we implemented something in our 60-plus air traffic control towers that eliminates, it basically is a decision-making tool that simplifies the situational awareness for our air traffic controllers, and it's a couple of $100 per facility. And is being used at facilities that have over 300,000 ops a year. So it's not a small airport type solution. And it literally is the use of a whiteboard with a customized airport diagram on it, and the use of magnetic chips that are used throughout the life cycle of the operation at the airport by ground controller, by the local controller, et cetera, and prevent runway incursions and are a decision-making tool for the air traffic controllers. They don't alert to a pilot going out onto a runway when they're not supposed to, or a vehicle, going out onto a runway when they're not supposed to. That's what this technology's for, and we definitely, think that that's a very good thing. But I think that we're missing some low-hanging fruit here with technology that doesn't cost a lot, that can help with decision-making to get proactive and be ahead of bad decisions or decisions that are made without situational awareness to the environment that's happening. And I think that is a solution that needs to also be run to ground. And we need to capitalize on that low-hanging fruit where we can see a big improvement while we push for this technology that will help us prevent things that are unforeseen or errant decisions by either a controller or a pilot or a vehicle operator. But I think we need to capitalize on some of these low-hanging fruit and the cheaper solutions also.
Thank you. Before I turn to Casey, I'm going to have 2 questions to ask after this, and I want everybody to think about it, so I'm going to tell you what they are now. For the FAA, and I mean this sincerely, what can the NTSB and everyone around this table, probably in the audience, do to support you? My guess is if you had all the funding, if you had some leeway on contracting and acquisitions, if you were able to do more and had additional resources, you would. So if you could think for a second, and maybe Bill will want to switch places with Kim again. You know, what can we do to support you and your mission, which is critical? So think about that for a second before I go to Casey. And the second question I'm going to ask, and it's the closing question for everyone, which is, if you had to make one or two recommendations to prevent runway incursions, what would they be? And we're going to go around. I'll start with Brian in a second. Casey.
Yeah, just wanted to hit on the, sorry, maybe. On the reduced pilot operations, it's, you know, Austin is a perfect example of where ones and zeros in a computer would have led those two airplanes to merge. And again, as Jason and Ed said, you know, it took two, you know, experienced, trained, well-rested pilots to make sure that didn't occur. And the ones and zeros provide a linear decision-making process. And if aviation over 100 years has proven anything, it's anything but linear. And it takes the human mind, really, and two human minds to really have that shared mental model and make the best decisions with what's put in front of them. And so, you know, as we move forward, technology is going to progress, and God bless it. We need as much as we can. It does add a level of safety, but, you know, the loss of a hull is you know, the liability is over $1 billion, and that is a risk I don't think any of us should accept.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And okay, so and Bill, where'd Bill go? Oh, I wasn't looking to get rid of you and kick you off the panel at all. I just was giving you an opportunity to escape the question. So Kim and others, seriously, everybody around this table, I mean, we're all here to support your mission as FAA, not just as the entity who does also investigate accidents and incidents, but also your many mandates within the agency, and what can we do to support you as a group?
I think we have to be able to look at the whole total system and get out of our silos. So as much as you can share information with us, it will help us make better decisions. I think the voluntary adoption of safety management systems, no matter what you're doing and how, you own your risk, you control your risk management, right? We can't regulate everything. This is not, you know, a police state, right? So we can only give you as much advice as we can allow, but we need the partnership. We need the collaboration, working with the industry, working with the unions, working with the universities and the bright new minds that are coming forth. Honestly, if FAA is left to do it on our own, we just can't. We're not big enough. We're not all encompassing enough. We need this community of people, and so we need your insights. And please keep talking to us. Please, let's create that environment where safety is shared throughout all the stakeholder communities so that we can help each other. Just like that second pilot in the cockpit is helping his friend, I need to know what you're seeing too. So I think for us, it's, you know, thanks for this kind of encounter where we can come together and listen and understand what's happening now so we can take actions now and maybe make some good decisions about the future based on what's happening now.
And while she can't say it, sufficient and stable funding. I'll say it for you. No, thank you very much. I mean, Congress does have a role here for providing adequate funding, and so we can't leave that out. I mean, that is critical to safety. So I do want to mention that. We are going to start with Brian and go around the table to talk about, you know, the one or two recommendations you want to give for on runway safety.
It's always good to be the first one here. So Brian Willis, Director of Safety for UND. I get asked a question all the time, if you could change one thing, what would it be? I'm gonna just, as a pilot, aeronautical decision-making, how we teach, train, is really important. And from a runway incursion standpoint, when it comes down to communication, I do think communicating current effective processes and for procedures for, I'll say, the pilot group that I'm dealing with, which is the 18 to 23-year-olds, before they head off to the regional airlines, is building that experience early. The attention to small detail, clear left, clear right, the stuff that I'm teaching my 14-year-old daughter how to do when she's driving a car right now, is really laying that foundation early. And again, that's something that we're challenged with at the university level, but I think it's paramount to their success 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, 20 years down the road, from an industry standpoint. And then from a long term, I'm gonna cheat here, and just technology is, I think, is paramount. It sounds like there's a lot of technology on the horizon, but I do think that when you look at our operations at the smaller airfields that aren't ever gonna be probably considered the top 50s, right, that are gonna get a lot of these technologies, finding technologies that when we talk about a safety net, it covers from the east to the west. And it doesn't discriminate if you're a Bravo, a Charlie, a Delta, an Echo, or a Golf. It's a system that can be used almost anywhere.
I think the one thing I'd say is we probably need to have more of these types of sessions, or at least understand that the universities could be used as test beds, as proving grounds. We would love to collaborate with the FAA, NTSB, whoever is out there on research for future technology and things like that. Or it could also be used as an opportunity to gather some data of the less experienced pilots and what are we seeing here to make sure that some of those skill sets are addressed at this point early in their careers before they get to the regionals or get to the majors. So more events if we could have, I would say definitely communication, as Brian has mentioned, is very key.
So, Nobuyo Reins, RAA, Regional Airline Association. I think one thing we can do like today, right now, is emphasis on professionalism. And all of us here are safety leaders, that's why we're here. But we talked about we are experiencing least experienced workforce. So we can definitely emphasize on our daily operations, training, or no matter what our job is, we can definitely bring to our daily work. And another thing, it is true, we are operating in a from commercial aviation industry point of view, we are operating in a safest period. And so, every airlines, we investigate all incidents and accidents and conduct route analysis and capture lessons learned. But the truth is there are not many really incidents and accidents that we can learn from. So that pushes us to shift our way to look at the safety from the traditional way, which focuses on what went wrong and how we can avoid it, to what are we doing right so we can continue to do right. And I think that's kind of mentality shift we are kind of experiencing as industry. And how we're gonna do that, I would leave a collaborative partnership and a solution-oriented approach to the problems or issues we have. And working together will get us where we want it to go.
Hey, Jennifer, once again, thanks. By the way, we'll buy donuts and coffee next year. APA will, if you invite us back. Just saying. Two recommendations. At this critical time in the industry, when I feel, and I think most of us feel, the system's under stress, it's incredibly important, in my opinion, that we don't reduce training, we increase training, especially in light of the churn that's taken place and low experience levels in the cockpit. And I would also say that the operational experience levels that have proven to be so critical in reducing our critical incidents be maintained. And the second piece goes back to something that I think is important to look forward. And Kim has mentioned this, so I'm not going to reiterate it too much, but the foundation of the data you guys need to get to those answers, and Nobuyo spoke to it also, is a foundation of trust. And it's trust between pilots, the FAA, pilots and the NTSB. And some of the incidents that have happened recently, I think, might have eroded that trust. We need to work on it. When pilots feel free to report not just incidents that are going to result in possible revocation of licenses, but what could have, would have, and should have happened, then you guys will be able to look forward, and you guys will be able to predict and be more proactive than reactive.
Once again, I want to thank on behalf of Mike Clem, on behalf of the International Association of Machinists, I want to thank you for the invitation. A lot of the two things I wanted to bring up have been talked about quite a bit today, and that is obviously the training and the communication. The training, I think a lot of people would be surprised how little importance is put on training. Safety is a passion. A lot of people in this room I thought I had it until I walked into this room. This room's been incredibly passionate about safety, which is eye-opening to me. But for those of you that don't know, a lot of the carriers, and I'm not looking to throw the carriers under the bus, but training takes place on downtime. It used to be taken out of the operation and focused solely on what your training needed to be, on the training that needed to be done, and that's not the case now. Now what carriers ask you to do in order to save money, we talked about economics, is do your training in between flights, and the airline industry is busier now than it's ever been. I'm not so sure that that's adequate training. I would believe that the incursions that take place with the people I represent are more on the, hopefully more on the C and D level, but that doesn't make them any less important. And obviously, again, back to communication. I think communication between ground traffic controller and the people on the ground is of the utmost importance.
John Dermody, FAA Director of Airport Safety and Standards. Thanks again for the invite. This is a very productive conversation. For two things that I think would move the ball in our area would be really focusing on how we can continue to improve geometry on airports. And our standards and airport design have come a long way. We've had a lot more data to change those standards over time, to really focus on safety and focus on human factors, and that's a huge area that we're continuing to do research on how human factors affect how a pilot looks at an intersection of a runway taxiway. So I think that's a huge piece. It's incremental, but it is something where, with limited funding that we do have, this is something we can focus on and continue to make improvements. The second one would be to expand our technologies and our visual aids. So I was pleased by the results from the Runway Safety Council, the surface safety team, when they looked at runway guard lights. The results really showed that they do make a difference. They are effective, and they aren't installed at every intersection. So maybe we do need to take a look at, how do we prioritize that and prioritize it on a risk level throughout the country, and figure out how we can expand the use of runway guard lights where it makes sense. And in addition, it would be, the runway incursion warning systems, make sure that people know they are AIP eligible, they are available, and they should be purchased. The FAA is fully supporting these financially. We're supporting them as part of our mission. And the same holds true for the ADSB out squitters for vehicles. Same exact thing. Each of these are tools in our toolbox that we should continue to expand. Thank you.
Alex Gertson, Director of Airports at the National Business Aviation Association. This is not one of my two, but I just wanted to add, I didn't get a chance to chime in on the previous technology discussion. Something we didn't talk about is remote towers. I know that's a big topic here in Leesburg, Virginia, and that's something I think that we should look at closely, and it can be another solution that can be more embraced. In terms of items to prevent runway incursions, I think further enhancing information sharing, I know we've talked about it quite a bit, will go a long way. As pilots, we're trained to give PIREPs on icing, on turbulence, on braking action. If we can provide more feedback on intersection potential locations for runway incursions, as well as feedback on what is working well, I think that will help, as well as data gathering. Our avionics are becoming more advanced to be able to gain information from the cockpit. I know we're talking about increasing CVR recording times where we can further analyze and glean from what's happening on the flight deck and be able to help other pilots that are put in similar situations. And the second one is better education and more situational-based training for surface operations. I think at all levels, both private pilots as well as professional pilots, we can benefit from that at airports that we operate at. Thank you again for the invite and for hosting us.
Jason Nemagowski, FAA Air Traffic Human Performance. Two thoughts I had. One I kind of gave away earlier, I guess, was about for safety to take place, situational awareness, we've got to have overlapping models of what we're doing. Drivers, pilots, controllers have different missions, but the same overall goal. And understanding what each party is doing and where those overlaps are and what they do would be beneficial. And I think the idea of creating some training which works for all three parties, sharing that what each party does at the same different times in the same event would help people to know what they need to share with their other side, because it's communication. And if I know that the controller actually can't see this, then the pilot might share with them. If as a controller, I realize that the pilot doesn't know something I know, then I may tell them. And by breaking that down and getting the same mental model, I think would help in the more immediate term. And that's about challenge communication. And the other one I had was just helping everyone to be the best they can be in the non-technical skills. So it's about helping people to arrive for work in the best state, teaching them the conversations to have. Bridget mentioned earlier, it takes confidence to speak up and say to someone, is this right? Should I be doing that? And we need that skill in people. We need to train that into people because not everybody has that naturally. So helping people to be the best they can be.
This is Dewan Civilian from NTSB Human Performance. So two recommendations that I would have in terms of preventing runway incursions is, we talked a lot about technology today. And I just want to reiterate that there's a constant need to effectively integrate the human with the system. So whether that be in the tower or the pilot interface on the flight deck, in terms of being able to see if there's aircraft on the runway or taxiway, that's all important. The other thing I'd like to talk about is system safety. When we look at systems, we talked about how systems can fail. It's important that when we test systems that we look at those risks and those associated hazards that could come about as a result of this new technology. So I think I just want to reiterate those 2 points in this discussion. Thank you.
My name is Nathan Hoyt, NTSB, and I would say my recommendation would be to find a solution for not only identifying technology for preventing runway incursions, but then also finding a way to speed up the process for getting that technology tested, certified, and implemented within a reasonable time frame. And then I'd also second the shared mental model among controllers, pilots, and ground ops.
Okay, Max Tidwell with A4A. In June, or not June, March 9th, the CEOs of all the carriers, the board of directors for A4A got together and asked the question, what more can we do as an organization to increase safety? So I highly value all the input that I've heard today, and I look forward to further discussions on how I can bring this information back through A4A to the CEOs of the company on what's on our mind when it comes to safety. Some specific takeaways with runway safety. Essentially, I have 3 councils that I work with. The first one being the Ops Council. I want to make sure that we are deep diving the training. I've heard the training, reducing training to get people through, making sure our standards. I want to make sure from the flight ops side that we are seriously looking at the training and creating scenarios that are realistic for today's operating environment. We've all talked about increased risk. We've talked about reduced experience in the operation. What are those things that could jump up on a new crew member or a recurrent qual or a 30-year captain? What are these new things that we're going to be challenged with? And also on the technical side, the technology implementation, what is the low-hanging fruit? And do we have the data to show the results of that technology? When we talk about the Honeywell RAS system, I want to look at that data and provide a little bit more background for the CEOs to really consider what more could we do in that technology realm that's already in the airplanes. On the ATC piece, we are attending the June 6th Tech Summit. Our air traffic team is really engaged with that. We want to push what's next, not only what's next year, but what's next generation, what's 10 years down the road, 20 years down the road. But what can we implement right now that's going to help us reduce the risk of runway incursions? Really pushing the envelope on that. And then with the Safety Council, of course, it's a much bigger umbrella. And how do we, I've heard training a number of times. How do we make that training impactful, making it personal to an individual, so it's more than just sitting down in your off time between turns, clicking through a PowerPoint? How do we partner with AAAE? How do we partner with our airports around the country to make our technicians' training for taxi run-up meaningful in the operation? I think that's a nugget that I can run with. So there's a lot of things in my mind when it comes to training to make sure it's actually having the intended impact, the outcome that we want. And I look forward to seeing the continued emphasis on not only runway safety, but safety in the operation over the next several years as we work together as a team to make things better. So appreciate the invite, and I've talked way too long.
Brad Miller with Honeywell, and thank you again for the invite. It's been really enlightening and really appreciate the information sharing. I almost feel like a fish out of water because I'm more on the onboard side, on the avionics, on the aircraft, and we've had a lot of discussion about, the ground infrastructure and personnel and all that culture, which is really great. And has made me think that, how can we maybe connect those two and get that data on board using the on-ground systems and get that necessary information in front of the pilots. And Max, we're willing to collaborate with you on the RAS system and smart runway, smart landing. But our recommendation, again, I think in all that I've heard today, would be around ADSB and getting that more available on the aircraft. It's available out there. It travels with the aircraft. It would be available at all airports as aircraft go to any airport. And so that would be our recommendation. Thank you.
Scott Proudfoot with Runway Safety with the FAA. I'm going to throw out a number here. In FY22, we had over 52 million operations in the NAS. In that year also, we had 1,732 runway incursions. Of those, 16 were category A's and B's, your most severe. That means we had 1,716 opportunities with C and D operations, category runway incursions, to learn, to understand what broke down. And we do a lot of data gathering in the FAA. Our Surface Safety Group and our Runway Safety Council meet quarterly to go over this information, to come up with procedures, recommendations to other users. We have industry, we have FAA, we have other opportunities to partner with people to get the information out there, and I think that's where we need to work. We have data sharing and human factors issues. Going through the category A and B events from this year, FY23, 10 of them occurred due to not following a procedure or an instruction that was given by a controller. Why did those fail? Why did an aircraft depart when they were told to line up and wait? Why did an aircraft see runway status lights in front of them and depart and cause a category B runway incursion? That's the information we're missing. And to understand that, we may be able to identify training needs or opportunities for outreach, and I think we're missing that right now. So I would like to see better opportunities of data sharing, learning from human factors issues, and just being able to assist where we can.
I think for me, Bryce Banning, NTSB. I think for me, my one wish would be that we all leave today's meeting taking away at least one item that we can change, whether it's safety, whether it's better collaborations among our agencies, groups, and industry, whether it's data sharing, whether it's adding a piece of equipment. But we all leave grabbing a hold of at least one thing where we can make an effective change to our operations today. So that's my takeaway.
Okay, thanks everybody for being here, for all of you that we invited. This has been great. And the one thing I really hope that we can take away, as Bryce is saying, is how much we've learned from each other today. You know, every time we have one of these, it's like, wow, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. It's like, oh, I know, we're going to go back to work going, wow, did you remember? We're geeks about that stuff. So, and it's great to talk to people that have the same interest. So I'm hoping that we can all take away that and invest in our people. We break this down. It's all about the people. You know, air traffic controllers love their facilities. Anybody that has a chance to go tour a facility, you see love there. They know it, they love their job, and like Bridget said, they are the brightest people. And it's the same thing with pilots. Controllers would love to get back up there in a flight deck. They would love to do that. And we need to, and as far as airports, they need to visit towers. They need to be able to go in the flight decks. They need to learn this in. This is investment in training and safety. They'll appreciate the jobs and appreciate the safety if they're led to it and said, wow, and to feel that ownership, it's ownership. They buy in. By God, I'm going to be the safest person in the world. That's what they're going to come out with. And that's just my view on things on that. But I won't get into all the technical stuff that we need, but but that's my wish for this takeaway. And I hope that we can somehow come up with more of these programs and find a way that we can get the people involved and to buy in, because that's what we need, buy into safety. Thank you.
That's a hard act to follow, Betty.
No.
Safety works when we all work together. You mentioned from the flight deck training. Flight deck training for controllers is sometimes cumbersome to get approved. It also relies on what? Staffing. At the end of FY 2022, we have currently 1,200 less certified professional controllers than we did a decade ago. The more eyes that you have out a window, the better off we are, whether it's on the flight deck or whether it's in the control environment within the tower cab. Because again, safety works when we work together, right? So that comes back to the flight deck training in particular, that I think doesn't really cost much, but us actively listening to one another and communicating and being able to see what that direct impact is of an operational, like a control instruction, to see what happens on both sides of the mic is important. Air traffic control is a mastery, right? It takes years to master your position. You learn that through repetition and that mechanicalism that I talked about earlier with the moving of the flight strips, the marking on the pad, check mark when somebody's cleared to land. We learn that over time. And you see that throughout the different runway incursions that we've had and some of those close calls that we've been able to prevent. Another availability to us is technology. So the expansion of surface surveillance to more facilities. However, that's only attainable through what? Stable and sufficient FAA funding. But there's only 43 airports out there with over 500 towered airports that actually have really a display in front of a controller. Those other towered airports, I mentioned this before, but they're using binoculars, right? I'm actually working a couple cases where we've had some hangars put up, guess where? In between the viewpoint of the controller and the runway or a taxiway. So I can't use my binoculars to see on the other side of that. Scott was mentioning a little bit of the data from FY 2022, and he mentioned the 16 A and B runway incursions that took place. I highlighted this earlier, and I'll highlight it again. 4 of those A and B incursions occurred at airports that had surface surveillance, and 12 of them did not have surface surveillance. So my recommendation would be to get more situational awareness to the controllers through surface surveillance. Open up those bridge to allow for us to get back on the flight deck. Make it easier. With that, we need bodies to do so.
Sorry. Pat Fitzgerald from Saab. I'll keep this quick. Thank you very much for inviting me here. It's been a fantastic day. A lot of new people for me, so I've appreciated all the perspectives and conversation. For 2 recommendations, I just will keep it simple. Number 1, please do this again. Keep this conversation going. I think one thing that has been very clear to me today is that getting all the stakeholders together and discussing runway safety, we need as a community to have a safe environment where all the stakeholders will put their real concerns, their real priorities, their real constraints on the table. And then we can talk about it. The solutions are going to involve multiple things: training, technology, people, staffing, money. But we can't really do that in our individual stovepipes. We have to come together as a community and do that. So please keep this going. I think it's great. That's my first recommendation. The second one gets onto a point I think that was just made by Bridget. We've mentioned a few times today the event in Austin. And there was a catastrophe that was averted by heroic actions of some pilots. That's fantastic. It didn't need to be that close. It did not need to be that close of a call. We have the technology, we have the contracts, we have the systems, we have the technology in place. We could deploy more systems to give those heroic people, pilots, controllers, whichever stakeholder it is, more time. Make that less of a close call. And I think we have the tools on the table. So in the near term, I think we should use the solutions we have, the things we know that work, and deploy more of them. But then through this long conversation, we need a roadmap. Where are we going? Because just doing more of what we've done is good, but it's not good enough. So 10 years from now, if we're still doing that, we've sort of failed as a community. So those are my 2. Thank you.
Hi, Dave McCann with SERCO. Thank you also for the invitation to be here. I think this has been very good. I hate to kind of pile on, but I think familiarization between all the different parts of this industry is very, very important. And we've moved away from that. I think it's very important for controllers, pilots, vehicle operators, airport operators to understand each other's roles in the system holistically. And I think that leads to better decision-making. And so I would argue that there is a way to make that happen. And it may be difficult now with staffing or those types of things, but there are ways of doing it locally without taking long flights with the air carriers. There are other ways of making that happen, and we need to look for those. And then I would just encourage the agency to streamline the equipment certification process. I know, we all look back, TCAS is kind of normal, and it has prevented literally thousands upon thousands of collisions. If we're looking for the next TCAS that'll prevent runway incursions, it'll be out there. We'll find it. There are plenty of very smart people out there that will bring that technology to bear, but we need to streamline the certification process so that it gets into the hands of the people that need it as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Downs from NASA ARS. I just have 2 quick suggestions. One would be to, and this is probably for academia and training and SMS types of environments, to help them establish an awareness of a distraction could be a very high-risk potential. Whether it be a coyote running across a runway or a pilot has to pre-program his FMS, these distractions are critical. They're very high risk, and they're kind of the theme throughout our reports are they're distractions that are very, very important to understand or recognize. The other one would be to recognize, I think as Jason said and Dr. McCauley, regarding reactive fixes, that there's some unintended consequences to these reactive fixes. And in particular, we have a number of reports where pilots have expressed challenges in configuring their airplane to avoid the miss that was created or predicted by ASIX or whatever. But they had problems configuring their aircraft and caused overspeeds, altitude busts, heading changes, and a lot of confusion in the cockpit. So I think that's something to be aware of as they develop these remedies. Thank you.
Warren Abrams, NTSB. From a flight operations standpoint of preventing runway incursions, just some simplistic things that I would encourage the operators to emphasize. And no-cost items, make sure you have your headset on. You know, the chairs ask us to bring our mics closer because she wants to hear what we're saying. Well, we need to hear as pilots what the air traffic controllers are saying to us as well. So a lot of cockpits take their headsets off at 10,000 feet after takeoff, or they put them on at 10,000 feet before landing, variations at the 10,000 foot level. But, you know, emphasize those items that, you know, we got to hear what is being said. That gets back to repeating the ATC clearance. You're clear to land, hold short, don't cross, stop. You know, the captain has got the tiller in his hand, he's got the brake pedals, he's got the throttles. You know, make sure he knows or have him verbalize what the ATC clearance is. It's, like I say, it can be just as simple as clear to land or go around, but the pilot in command or the pilot flying needs to verbalize those instructions. And like I say, that's just a no-cost items. But communication is the key. So let's we're communicating here today. Let's make sure that communication gets into that cockpit. Let's have that captain and co-pilot communicating with one another. Thank you.
John Collins with the AOP Air Safety Institute. I would totally agree that a couple of pilots on the flight deck looking outside, well-trained, are a great tool. I'll also say that in many general aviation operations, there's one pilot. And so my recommendation would be that we make sure that we have done everything we can to train that pilot to ensure they're making good decisions, that they're aware of what's going on around them, they have good situational awareness, they understand what controllers are asking them to do, and they are repeating that back to them correctly, so there is good confirmed communication between them. And that goes back to training, and I think that's where we need to focus a lot of the initial efforts on when we have pilots start their training. I will also echo that continued collaboration among all of us is important. And I appreciate being here and being able to talk about the GA side of things, give a little insight to that. But also, I think I learned way more than I provided. So thank you all very much, and I appreciate that.
Wayne Pennell, BWI. Sustainable funding is always helpful for airports, for FAA, for anyone. The training we've talked about, I agree that we have to continue to increase the ground surveillance systems at airports. I get it, the money isn't there, but there's really no reason in this day and age that airports shouldn't have that technology. And then again, talking together, having these type of industry days where you can actually have open, free-flowing conversation, looking at it, as Jason had said a number of times, from the human factor part, from everyone's position. My position in this is much different than their position and your position. Yeah, I think I would leave it there. Communication, continue industry days, funding, I have to get that in there. And increase the awareness and airfield familiarization.
Justin Barkowski with the American Association of Airport Executives. Thank you, Jennifer, and the entire NTSB for putting this together. Really great event, I agree. This is really great conversations. The first thing I would say in terms of recommendations, and it's been said many times, but training, and I would add another phrase with that, it's coupled with safety culture. I'm a little bit surprised we haven't talked a lot more about safety culture because training goes hand in hand with the culture. Even if you have training, if you're not living it on a daily basis throughout every day, it's not going to mean much. So you need those hand in hand, and that's something that I know our airports are always trying to preach. One of the challenges we have, obviously, if you may not know this, but most of the people that have badges at airports are not actual airport employees. They're tenants. They're other people that are not affiliated with the airport or controlled by the airport. So we are all in this together, and we all need to have the safety culture. It's not just the airports, it's our tenants, it's everybody. The second thing I would say, and I think it relates to the technology discussion and the funding piece, I would be cautious about saying there's a one-size-fits solution to all of these problems. We have to look at the data. We have to look at how a lot of the investigations play out. We have to acknowledge that we have very limited resources, and we can all ask for more funding, and we are. We'll get that in again. But we have to acknowledge that we do have limited resources. So we need to be nuanced and try and solve problems. And looking at the airport's perspective, every airport is different. I mean, some of our smaller airports don't have the resources for a lot of the technologies that we have been discussing here today. The staffing's different, culture's different. So I would just be cautious about saying there's a silver bullet, there's a one-size-fits-all. Every airport needs to have this technology. ADSB out squitters may work at many airports. It may not work at all. Runway status lights, you could go on and on. So I would just caution that there probably isn't a one-size-fits-all. We really need to look at the data, be nuanced, understand we have limited resources, and try to go from there. But thank you again for putting this together.
Steve Jangelis with the Airline Pilots Association. Two recommendations I would have is, number one, give us the tools to be successful. Surveillance and situational awareness tools, which we've talked about at many different points throughout this meeting today, is very important to us. I know Bridget and I, when we were talking, you said, give me surveillance at every airport, and I'm happy. I said, I'm right there with you. So that's one right there. The second thing is, we should emphasize the fact that there's a lot of good people working at the FAA to tackle this project, as well as at the NTSB. And I think their support is definitely needs to be encouraged. That comes along with funding, obviously. But the work that they're doing over the years that I've been involved at the Office of Airports, the Office of Runway Safety, we can't take that away from leadership inside the FAA. Let's support them, because this is a relevant topic. It's not going to go away. As we see our operations increase, we need to be ever more vigilant on this threat to aviation. Then again, we are at the safest position in aviation, commercial aviation, as well as general aviation numbers at this time. But we want to drive to zero. Can we get there? Sure. With good people like this around the room, absolutely.
Jason Ambrosi, ALPA president. On behalf of 74,000 pilots at 40 airlines in the U.S. and Canada, thank you for doing this. This is a good conversation. It needs to happen. Hopefully something comes out of it. A lot of these things we all talk about, let's do it, and then there's no after action. So whatever you need from us, let us know. I'm going to go back to it's a today problem right now. This is not some future problem. These are issues we're having now. We need to focus on today. Embrace new technology, but also implement current technology. There's a lot of new in the system, and we need to reduce these distractions. Get back to basics, reduce distractions at the airport. Pilots, again, need to be looking out the window, dealing with what they're dealing with on a day-in, day-out basis. One thing that can happen right away is the operational pressure for on time or early. We could destigmatize that right away. You'll hear the airlines, to their credit, say, look, slow down, set the brake. Every airline has a little different nuance on it, but really making sure that the pilots don't feel that pressure, or the controllers don't feel that pressure. There's airports where if a pilot says, hey, I need 2 minutes to do a runway change, they get sent to a penalty box, or they're suddenly they're berated, or not berated, but there's a negative stigma to that, because we're all mission oriented. We want to do there, we want to do it on time, we want to do it as fast. Immediately, with all the new in the system, destigmatize that. All right, if you need 2 minutes, you get 2 minutes with no pressure. Same thing with the controller. Whoa, where's that binoculars? I lost sight of them. Look at all these strips. That's horrible. You should have some better system than that. But look, okay, I need a minute. We're going to stop everything for a minute. Make sure that there is an encouragement of that. Let's just stop, take a breath, and not get ourselves into a situation because of all the new people, and we're trying to rush adding all these flights and integrate all these new people in the NAS. But again, back to basics. Thank you.
Casey Murray, Southwest Airlines Pilots Association. And yes, thank you. Thanks, everyone. for attending. The discussion is great. The ideas are exceptional. And Ed, Steve, Jason, said the very important points for me. What I want to say is not one step back. I don't want to see us get complacent on our record for the past 12 years or so. We have to continue to move forward. We have to embrace technology. We have to embrace data. The data and analytics that we have to us, are available to us, has to be used so that we don't take a step back. Captain Downs mentioned reactive solutions, and that's some of my concern that I see going on at the governmental level or even congressional level is, taking a step back from experience, rest, the fatigue, and some of the issues that are facing, and having reactive solutions to correct problems that really need to be addressed by operators and by us all as one. So thank you for having me, and I have to apologize. I'm running late and have to leave, but thank everyone for being here. We do appreciate it.
I'm used to it. First and foremost, obviously, thank you for inviting aircraft mechanics to this really important safety forum. We play in that sandbox a lot, and it's nice to actually be part of the conversation about what's being experienced on the runways, on the taxiways on a daily basis that we experience in a lot of our airports. By the way, my colleagues on the right there, I definitely was not taking anything away from the efforts that you and your airports or your organizations are doing. I actually applaud them. My goal and my commentary was more along the lines of trying to get all of your best practices plus any others we can find and get them throughout the system. So next is, for me, technology is not something that the members I represent are concerned too much about. Yes, we have some Luddites, myself included, but the obvious basic technologies are the ones we need the most. Someone said it previously, I apologize, I don't remember, give us the tools to be successful. Most of those tools are not high-tech, expensive, in the future things. These are things that we need today. And training, which I don't think anyone missed, is at the highest point of that. As to the two things that, for my membership that I represent, number one would be a focus on putting licensed airmen moving aircraft on the airfield. I'm not talking about pushing airplanes off a gate, but anytime an aircraft gets moved throughout the airfield, whether it's a pilot taxiing, a mechanic taxiing, towing, a high-speed tow, have that be licensed so that you can control the group of people that are being trained. It's totally about safety. It's totally about making sure that the end result is the airplane got to the gate and we don't have to call the NTSB for an event. The other one is, absolutely, I've beaten it up and I'm going to continue to beat it up until I retire, and that is training. Ed said it, and so did just about everyone else here. Please, we have to get back to where we were well before the pandemic, of getting our training not just to check a box, but to actually help us in the toolbox. Thank you again.
Carlos Aguirre with PASS. Thank you for inviting us, labor. It's just heartening to see not just industry, not just government and academia, but labor here as well. I think the big takeaway for us, the two key points would be, as far as the systems they work, that the ASD, ASDX, ASSC, they're proven systems. They've just served the aviation community the way they were supposed to be designed, and we can take, as we move forward in developing new systems, it's important that we have multilateration as a non-cooperative part of the technology as we move forward in any new systems. Now, as far as at locations that do not have the technology, and it's much easier to just go with cooperative systems, by all means, that would be increasing the safety factor where there's none right now. You don't have that technology. It should be the low-hanging fruit that's on the table. But with expanding and growing, having these new systems fielded, the workforce needs to be staffed. It has to be staffed adequately. We are down 15% on the technical side and ATO Tech Ops since 2016. And if we're going to be increasing the operations, increasing the equipment at facilities, we're going to need to be staffed properly, and we're going to need to be trained properly. So the second portion would be training and recurrent training. So where not only driving on the airfield and having some form of simulation, some form of virtual training where you can make mistakes in a virtual training environment, and you can practice over and over again. You're not in that operation where one mistake is going to be costly. So that sort of training and recurrent training in the equipment, making sure that you're able to troubleshoot and go over scenarios and have different types of simulated training there as well. So those would be the two key areas that we would be concerned with.
Good afternoon, everyone. And yes, it is afternoon. First, I want to say thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the invitation. I love aviation. I'm passionate about safety. So you can tell how much this means to me. So I want to thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to participate with each and every one of you. This has been fantastic. I didn't introduce myself. Mike McCormick, Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. And I have one recommendation.
Doctor.
I should have known that was coming. I have one recommendation and one fervent wish. My recommendation is focus on the fundamentals. I fear that we have drifted away from good communication, good coordination, and good procedures, and that contributes to risk. My fervent wish, I wish that academia had de-identified access to aviation safety information, analysis, and sharing data. There are tens of thousands of brilliant minds that are untapped that would be able to be put to work to provide analysis on that data and in turn provide predictions and trending analysis that would help us get ahead of where safety risk is growing in our system. So thank you.
Steve Sergi from MITRE. Again, I'll echo everyone else's appreciation for having this forum today and being able to participate in it. We talked very briefly, it's been said, about a positive safety culture, and I think a large part of that is the trust that was discussed, but obviously when you have that trust, the ability to share and integrate your data in order to achieve that kind of holistic learning culture. Is it still not? And it's that learning culture is not just useful when you're looking at the events, the encounters, the 16 A's and B's, but also the ones that didn't get to that point, and learning from the barriers that remained in place and their efficacy and their strength becomes very vital. And when you talk about, I think, being able to be predictive and getting to that point where we're applying AI and ML to this wealth of data we would then have, that only opens the aperture even more for what insights we can extract from the data. And right now, even there's data beyond what we have available to us in a digital format that we're limited. If we talk about like LOAs and SOPs, there's understanding that you as the operators, you as the controllers have about what's intending to occur, that you can't apply AI ML to it because it doesn't exist in a format where that's a parameter that it can learn from. So just to continue to hit upon that, to paraphrase a cliche, learning is power, right? And what we learn can inform what we train, depending, for all stakeholders. And not just what we train, but how we train it. So to Mr. Tidwell's point about being able to have impact in our training, one thing I think we could all pretty much agree to or note is that generations learn differently. And so we can't be training these next generations, the next 1,800 plus controllers, necessarily the same way that we trained the last generation. And so there's some opportunities, I think, there to continue to explore. But that learning also informs our decisions on mitigation strategies and the investment decisions that we choose to make holistically as well and individually with what available resources we have available, to us. And so, and from a more real-time aspect, I'll just say that data, that learning can also inform the memory aids that Bridget, talked about, but as well as some of the cognitive assistant type research that we've explored with the FAA and others in the flight deck. So thank you again.
Hello, Emily Gibson, NTSB. And to kind of echo what Betty had said, and Patrick too, I think, alluded to it, but I really do love the joint communication, coordination, collaboration of things like this. This is how we move that safety needle, right? And I think I definitely learned a lot. Learning is power, like you said. And I really do like that we can come together for things like this.
We miss Sean, so you thought you were off the hook, but go ahead.
So close. Sean Williams with the NTSB, and as has been said previously, thank everyone for coming. And there's two things. One, if we want to look at something right now that's actually free, review the procedures. Are they adequate? When you're coming onto a runway or clearing a runway, something as simple as clear right, finals clear, clear left, runways clear, clear left, clear across, clear right, cleared across. Take a look at them. Are they still applicable? Were they written 20 years ago when the manual was put in? And the other thing, we've talked about the trust and for the data in order to get that kind of data, but there also has to be an honest, you have to be honest with yourself. The pilots do, the mechanics do, anyone driving a truck. Do I feel comfortable doing this? Do I feel adequately trained for it? And if not, that's where that trust comes in, that they can speak up without the fear of reprisal. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you, all of you, for coming, for participating. I appreciate everyone sticking around for 5 hours. It's about an hour longer than we anticipated, but that's okay. I really do appreciate this discussion. I learned a lot today. First and foremost, let me thank the NTSB, my colleagues within the NTSB. You did a tremendous job pulling this together. I think everyone stared at me when I said, hey, let's have this, and you already have a lot to do, but I think this was really worth it, and I really appreciate everything that you all do on a daily basis, and thank you for pulling this together and for your work to improve safety. But I also just want to highlight, I don't like having discussions just to have discussions. I don't do that. I don't like walking away thinking, okay, we had this great discussion for 5 hours, bye. Nope. I'm sorry to tell my NTSB colleagues that I already have half a dozen things written down that I would like to do coming out of this. Whether it's, I'm going to send some things over to DOT and Congress, but we're also going to continue to meet and maybe drill down a little bit more on training and some things that we could work together on. I think there are a lot of opportunities there, stay tuned for next steps. This is not it, and just really appreciate our work together. I do thank you all for our partnership. We are partners in safety. Again, I'll just repeat, sometimes we have different views on what that is, but we all support each other, and I think that's really where the trust comes in. With that, I'm sorry to say I only have pizza for the NTSB and FAA upstairs, don't forget. But next time, hopefully we'll have coffee, donuts, and pizza next time. And,
in air conditioning. That's true. I know. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.